The storm has begun, but will take all year. My patriots, have patience, I hear. For the greatest meet the POTUS in history. Righting the wrongs and turning the tides. The next stage is one that's golden for me and you. It's here. No more fake news. Straight to jail. You get some handcuffs too. Guantanamo, that's right. Don't bring no propaganda lies to me. The storm has begun, but will take all year. My patriots, have patience, I hear. For the greatest meet the POTUS in history. Righting the wrongs and turning the tides. The next stage is one that's golden for me and you. Hush, I sense some rats in here. Deep state no more. Hush, I sense some rats in here. Deep state no more. Hush, I sense some rats in here. Deep state no more. The storm has begun, but will take all year. My patriots, have patience, I hear. For the greatest meet the POTUS in history. Righting the wrongs and turning the tides. The next stage is one that's golden for me and you. The time to right the wrongs is here. Raise the flag for the beloved big bad of the year. Sit, get comfortable, and have a cold beer. Be patient, all is patriots, the storm is here. They've descended upon us like ants. With one massive plan, all of them began to bring joy to the masses again. If you are a patriot, you have one last chance. He lowered your taxes and brought your jobs back. You knew he would from the jump. Now he's coming for their heads, and then in a flash, the tyrants will be gone. Your taxes and brought your jobs back. You knew he would from the jump. Now he's coming for their heads, and then in a flash, the tyrants will be gone.
Wave, the air is
crisp, freedom's flame, a daring wisp, clockwork gears and golden skies, the truth unmasked, no more disguise. The band strikes up, the nation hums, drums of change, the future drums. Golden age, it's just begun. POTUS 47's got them on the run. The dawn is fragile, but it's bright. Awake humanity, step into the light. Through the cracks, the whispers seep, ancient secrets long to keep. But the tide rolls in, it won't recede. A blooming world from every seed. The birthing pains, the sparks ignite. Shadows fade into the night. Golden age, it's just begun. POTUS 47's got them on the run. The dawn is fragile, but it's bright. Awake humanity, step into the light. It's just begun. POTUS 47's got them on the run. The dawn is fragile, but it's bright. Awake humanities, step into the light.
Creak loud where the whispers spin. Old papers burn, but the truth leaks in. Shadows danced in a smoky room, but daylight cracks and ends the gloom. Oh, the golden age is coming through, like a phoenix rising bright and true. 47 got them on the run. A new dawn breaks with the morning sun. Fragile hands hold the world in place. Dreams collide in this fragile space. The birth and pains of a brand new time echo strong in the church bells chime. Hold the line, the fight ain't done. History's page just begun. Oh, the golden age is coming through, like a phoenix rising bright and true. POTUS 47 got 'em on the run. A new dawn breaks with the morning sun. We played it hard. Awakening spreads from sea to shore.
What are you doing over?
If I'd have known that's how easy it is to make a Democrat, I would have done it a long time ago.
All right, Keem, can you explain to us how you would know if you were one of the chosen ones?
All right, let me speak this straight from the soul. How do you know if you're one of the chosen ones? You don't get a letter in the mail. There's no ceremony. No angel shows up at your door. But you feel it deep down, like your bones been whispering to you since the womb. Here's how you know. One, you don't fit in, and you never have. You could be in a room full of people and still feel like you're on the outside looking in. Even your own family feels distant, like they don't get you. That's because they're not meant to get you. The chosen ones don't come here to blend in. They come here to stand out, to disrupt. Two, your mind works differently. You question everything. You were the kid who asked, but why? Over and over. You never bought into the system. School didn't make sense. Clocking into some 9 to 5 like a robot, that made your skin crawl. You always knew there was something more, you just couldn't prove it yet. You've been broken, but not destroyed. Chosen ones go through hell early. Addiction, abuse, abandonment, betrayal. You've lost people you loved. You've faced demons people couldn't imagine. But here's the thing. You didn't just survive. You transformed. Pain didn't poison you. It purified you. Wolfworth, you trigger people without trying. People either love you or they can't stand you. You walk in a room and the energy shifts. That's because your light exposes their shadows. Your very presence challenges their comfort zone. You don't even have to say anything. You are the message. 5, you've always felt like you're being watched or protected. This one's deep. Like there's something or someone watching over you. You should have been dead. You should have been locked up forever. You should have lost your mind. But you didn't. Somehow, some way, you got pulled out of the darkness every single time. That's not luck. That's divine protection. You can't fake it anymore. Every time you try to play normal, the universe smacks you. Jobs fall through. Relationships blow up. That fake version of you starts crumbling. That's the calling getting louder. Because chosen ones aren't allowed to settle. You're here for a reason, and your soul won't let you forget that. Your mission is bigger than you. You're not just here to survive and laugh. You're here to break cycles, to wake people up, to lead, heal, build, teach, or guide. You know it. You've always known it. And the longer you ignore it, the louder life starts screaming. Final word. If any of this hit your chest like a truth bomb, if you read this and felt like I was describing you, then I'm not here to convince you you're chosen. I'm just here to remind you of what you already know.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to today's briefing. As you know, the president has tasked Gen X with bringing social awareness back to our society. So effective immediately, the following will be amendments to the Constitution and the law of the land. Number 1, the national anthem will be remixed in the style of Metallica or AC/DC. We'll put that to a vote amongst Gen Xers. Whichever prevails will be the national anthem. Also, we are going to reinstitute the Pledge of Allegiance in all schools every day for school children. When they go to put their hand over their heart, they will now use the universal hand signal of Gen X. Number 2, corporal punishment is going to be reinstated. It is time we get your bitch-ass children in line. They need to learn right from wrong one way or another. Your methods of enforcement include a wooden spoon, preferably with holes in it as such because it moves through the air much faster, or you can elect to use a switch. If you decide to use a switch, it must make this sound. Thirdly, common sense is the law of the land now. I believe Elon, where you at? Elon, I see you over there, buddy. Elon is developing a device that will be attached to every living person's diddly bits. If you fail to display common sense and you do some dumb shit, you will immediately be shocked in your diddly bits for doing dumbass things. If you fail to comply with this and come up to code, you will lose your right to procreation. Boomers, it's time for us to get you in line as well. So boomers, you're going to be required to take a 1-year course on how to properly use a smartphone. It is time for you to get your information from reliable sources and other people versus the bullshit you see on TV. And finally, bicycles, they're mandatory for your children now. It will now be illegal for you to give your child a ride anywhere within 20 miles of your home. It is time for those little bastards to go out and do something with their life and learn how to fend for themselves. It is the only way we are going to continue as a species. Failure to comply with any of these new laws will result in public flogging. We will put your bare ass on display and whip you like a 3-year-old child if you don't get your shit together. This is just the beginning. Please brace yourselves. We are not going to stop. FAFO is now the law of the land.
Yeah. What he said. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. And good morning. How are you? You're muted. We can't hear a word you're saying. Is this a silent picture?
No, man, I forgot to add my mic to it. Good morning to everybody. Before we get started, I do have kind of a funny story, and it sucks all at the same time.
Oh.
So, Hawk, you remember me telling you, I think it was the beginning of the week, I thought my well pump was going out.
Yeah.
Well, so I told my wife about it, and, so we've been looking for a well pump, but not really at the point of, hey, we need to get one like tomorrow kind of thing, right? So last night, my wife went to get in the shower, and then she lost water pressure. I came back in the house, and she's looking for a well pump. She goes, I lost water pressure in the middle of my shower, so now I'm looking to find out where we can get a freaking well pump, because I'm not doing this shit again. I was like, yeah, I've been saying it's been going for a while. She goes, yeah, I know. I just didn't think it was that bad.
Yeah. You're alive. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Is, you interrupt a woman's shower or bath, that could be life altering. But you're alive, and that's the important thing. You're alive. She didn't end you. She didn't end you. Yeah. All right, guys. I am going to leave you in Slow Country's hands. I've got to head out. I've got to feed the puppies and give the big dogs their morning run. I will be back with you guys shortly, but I'm going to leave you in some very, very capable hands. Do not ruin his day, folks. All right. Don't, because he's better than that. Yeah. I said that. Yeah. Okay. Behave. I see you, Deadpool. I see you. I'll be back. Take it away.
All right. Good morning, everybody. It has been an interesting week or so, to say the very least. I'm still getting over whatever crap I had going on with my sinuses, so bear with me, folks. So yesterday, if you guys missed it, the Epstein survivors did a press conference, right? And Gloria Allred just happened to be there, of course. The one that did everything for Hillary Clinton and the Clinton campaign and all that bullshit. Well, she just happened to be there. Yeah, just happened to be there. To represent the victims and blah, blah, blah. And then she also said, we should not call them pedophiles. We should call them what they are, predators. Well, pedophiles and predators, they're one and the same. They're just trying to change the language is what they're doing. Because they don't want to associate anything. They're trying to make it less than what than what it actually is, because pedophile to them is a very demeaning term. But we need to start calling a spade for a spade, because that's what it is, pedophile. So, SM, I do too. I do all day long. I don't care. So it's one of those things, and it's here. You know what? I'm just gonna let I got some videos from TikTok, and then all day long yesterday after the press conference, every moron with a quarter of a brain cell that worked was calling Donald Trump a pedo and a rapist and everything else. So here I am. I finally fell asleep, and it was probably around 12:30, and I just got tired of messing with these idiots. And then this morning, before I went to bed, rather, I had a conversation with Grok. All right. And Mark, it was fishy, and I'm gonna get into that in a minute. All right, because we also have to remember that Donald Trump was saying it's a hoax, right? So the Patriot Dad, he actually answered it really good. I don't think I could have said it any better. So let me pull something up real quick. Go into my profile. Let me find it here. You know what? It's in my replies. So one of the replies that I got back, okay, was from somebody named All Season Husker. List of convicted Republican pedophiles. So I went to Grok, of course, just because I was getting tired. I didn't feel like going through and getting name for name, copying it from one place to another. And I just got a few here. Okay. So let me pull this up here. So, like this person did, All Season Husker, list of Republican pedophiles. So I went through and I asked Grok, and they put it into format so I could post it. And Democrats linked to crimes against children. Tony Navarrete, Arizona state senator, convicted in 2022 for sexually abusing a minor, resigned. Stacey Lawton, New Hampshire state representative, arrested 2023 for distributing child sexual abuse images, resigned. Matthew Inman, Florida Democrat Party treasurer, arrested 2024 for child sexual abuse material. David Gilbert, Illinois council member, convicted in 2021 for sexual assault of a minor, resigned. These are just some verified cases of crimes against kids. Call it out everywhere. Hashtag justice for kids. Okay. So these are just a few, and I'm pretty sure that I'm going to be getting a lot of hate messages here. I'd say pretty soon, once everybody catches on to what I did. And when that happens, I'm going to be a posting fool. So if you don't follow me on X, either you're going to want to enjoy the show, or you're going to be like, I don't think I want to be part of that conversation. So, yeah. And also, somebody asked me the question yesterday, if you go into my replies, if Donald Trump was on the list, would you still, because they were trying to get me to, oh, you got your head so far up Trump's ass, blah, 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 blah. Would you still support it, right? And I said, absolutely. Absolutely, I would support going after. I would support going after anybody that was involved, right? I don't care who it is. If you're engaged in harming children in any way, you should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, Okay, regardless of position, party line, what you do in life, I don't care, right? You are all equally worthless in my eyes, all right, if you commit those kind of atrocities. And there was somebody from San Francisco. They said, well, bless your heart. Well, they didn't read my response to my own reply of absolutely, which was, from what I have seen and heard, Donald Trump has done nothing but go after these people and support the victims. Guess what, folks? I got crickets after that one. Crickets chirping is louder than the responses I got from that one. So if you go on, go onto my profile and you see that, don't freak out for me just saying absolutely. Click on my own reply and you'll see it. So I just didn't feel like deleting it and going back and redoing it. Like I said, it was late last night, and I was already over yesterday to begin with because of the well pump, and then the inlet valve on the washer started leaking really bad and flooded my laundry room floor. So I was over yesterday. But let me go in here. Let's go on here. The Epstein thing we all need to be talking more about, because there's so many parts to that folks don't realize how long it's been going on and with who. And it's one of those, the more light we can shine on it, the better. So let me and if you haven't seen the press conference yesterday, I would encourage everybody to read it, or watch it, not read it. Damn, my see, still getting over this crap. So I did respond to Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday. I said, if Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene hasn't read the Florida case that Ron DeSantis signed an executive order for in 2019-2020 to investigate the lack of prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein, I would encourage her to do so. And it was on the cusp of what they were saying, that they don't understand why, after he was convicted in Florida, how he was allowed to get away with it still. And I just would like to call that out for what it is. So let's see here. And then the skiff. Trump confirmed to secretly be taking down Jeffrey Epstein and his child trafficking network since the early 2000s. One of the Epstein victims' lawyers, Bradley Edwards, stated that Trump has been helping take down Epstein since the early 2000s and is the only one to help prosecutors in convicting Epstein. Every single other person refused to help, and depositions were taken out on these select individuals. Take a wild guess as to why. An older video from the early 2000s confirms exactly what the same lawyer stated about Trump helping take down Epstein and being the only one. And I had mentioned that in a post yesterday. Trump was the only one in Epstein's orbit of friends that even offered to help take him down and to stop all the nonsense. Okay. Well, Mark, and they talked about that yesterday. So Mark says, we'll never see a real list. How many administrations has this been covered up? Well, the survivors got together yesterday with a podcaster, and they are putting together their own list of people that were involved. So it's one of those things. I'm waiting on it. I'm waiting on it, and I'm wondering if it's going to be the same list that we have from a certain letter of the alphabet. Okay, so continuing on. Epstein's own pilot confirmed that Trump was never on the Lolita Express and never went to the island or was on any of his jets besides with Epstein himself and his brother or with his own family. There is also confirmation that Trump threw Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago after Epstein hit on members' young daughter. Trump found out and immediately kicked Epstein out and banned him from the club for life. Every single victim of Epstein and others were also asked live on air about Trump and his involvement, and they all said no.
I got that right here.
I have it too.
Yep, play it. Let everybody see it.
So let's play that here. Go home. Right here. And remember, NBC,
make it big screen.
I'm all right. And remember, NBC. This was a live interview on NBC, by the way, and they were trying to paint the narrative of Trump being involved. Listen to how that worked out for him.
I do have to ask, and I know, and it's just something that I think we're compelled to at this moment, with the attention on President Trump, with these questions around a pardon. Did anybody see or hear of the president himself doing anything inappropriate as it related to Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
No.
I do have to ask, and I know, and it's just something.
So isn't that kind of, doesn't that coincide with everything we've been told?
Well, yeah, and if you think about it, this is the thing. CNN, MSNBC, even C-SPAN at this point, PBS, NPR, all of them, this is their last, this is going to sound crazy, but this is their last ditch effort to try and get Trump in something. Okay. They've been, you think about it. It's been 9 years. 9 years they've tried to get this man. 9 years. They have done everything that they can to make him culpable in some way to the perversions that they fall under. And this is the thing. In most cases, those that are accusing are generally the ones who are actually committing the crime. They just, want to cast that onto somebody else so that they're no longer looked at. With enough distraction, Trump can be, Trump can be under control. He can be impeached. He can be removed. He can be this, that, and everything else. But the fact of the matter is that, propaganda will remain propaganda. However, there's now coming to the point where Trump has sent an order to the FCC telling them, listen, if they lie on the news from now on, we're going to start fining. We're going to start fining for every lie that they they do. And I believe he signed it yesterday. So this is going to be interesting to watch this change where they have no choice but to speak the truth and start to toss out and eliminate the speculation side of it and just go with hardcore facts. That's going to be the end of CNN. That will be the end of MSNBC. Why? Because once they have to tell the truth, then those people aren't going to want to listen to them anymore because they have been looped in that propaganda for so many years and have followed the narrative, locked in on the narrative, have invested everything that they have, including their souls, into that narrative. And it's going to, yeah, this is what happens when you throw poop at a fan that's actually spinning and on. That shit comes right back at you, 100%.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And here's another one. So this was put out by the Skiff yesterday. Epstein victim's lawyer confirms Trump secretly having, which we already talked, we were kind of talking about here. But let me go back here.
I don't understand why it's a hostile act. I can tell you that I talked to President Trump back in 2009, and several times after that, he didn't think that it was a hoax then. In fact, he helped me. He got on the phone. He told me things that were helping our investigation.
Bradley Edwards, attorney who's represented many of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein.
The only thing that I can say about President Trump is that he is the only person who, in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them. He is the only person who picked up the phone and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know, and was very helpful in the information that he gave, and gave no indication whatsoever that he was involved in anything untoward whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us, and that we didn't have to take a deposition of him.
That was in 2009?
That was in 2009. So,
do you know if there's any truth to James Patterson's claims that Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago?
I've definitely heard that.
Apparently there was a member, and Epstein was inappropriate with the member's daughter. The other piece, and I interviewed a woman who would run the spa there, and I said, did you know Jeffrey Epstein? She said, oh, yes. She said, he used to come over to the spa, and I found him to be inappropriate with the young girls there. And she said, I went to Mr. Trump, and he threw him right out.
So it's your understanding, then, that President Trump didn't know what Jeffrey Epstein was up to?
That's correct. Epstein liked stars. One of the weird ones is Stephen Hawking. He did take Stephen Hawking to his Lolita's Island, which is really odd. But he loaned Clinton his plane at least on 4 occasions, and it was and I'm not just saying this because I know the president, but it had to do with the foundation.
Drudge, and lo and behold, the top story is Epstein had Trump on the plane. Yeah. Trump, he got 50 trips with Bill Clinton. Yeah. He's not mentioned, but Trump is mentioned. But Mercedes, are you aware of the detail that came out today when the pilot, Epstein's pilot, was asked specific questions about high-profile people such as Trump? And do you know what he said?
No, tell me what he said.
I thought you'd find this interesting. He says, yes, I did have Trump on the plane, as the headlines of the Drudge Report are blazing in red. However, I wasn't down to Lolita. It was actually a trip like Mar-a-Lago to New York. He wasn't actually going to the island.
And now our investigation wasn't looking into him, but he was helping us then. He didn't treat this as a hoax. So at this point in time, I would hope that he would revert back to what he was saying to get elected, which is, I want transparency. This about face that occurred, none of us understand it. In fact, I don't understand how this is an issue that's even up for debate. How do you not stand behind these women after you've heard their stories and know that hundreds of them were abused, and it was only because files are being kept in secrecy?
I do have to ask, and I know, and it's just something that I think we're compelled to at this moment, with the attention on President Trump, with these questions around a pardon. Did anybody see or hear of the president himself doing anything inappropriate as it related to Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
Hey, Slow, your mic is off, brother.
Yeah, no, I turned it back on. I just turned it back on. I let it be off while the video was playing. So that's a pretty good, interesting video there, because now I'm gonna bring this up here, and I could be way off base, but I somehow don't think I am. The reason that he's been calling it a hoax, right, is for two reasons. One, he's trying to lull the other side into a false sense of security. And while at the same time, this is reason number two, he is letting them drop their guard and start getting stupid. He's trying to get the remaining sleepers exposed. That's just my take on it. Because look who came out yesterday, Gloria Allred. And it's funny because the victim was talking about Clinton and a trip to Africa.
Yep. That's, and that's going to be a big connection, So here, let me pull yours down for a minute and pull this one up. I'm glad you started following Patriot Dad EV 2.0. Let's listen to his take on this real quick. This will give you a chance to get a cup of coffee too.
So I watched every second that I could get my hands on of those women bravely standing in front of the American people, telling their stories about how they were traumatized and victimized by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And what I'm even more horrified over is the fact that they are being victimized again today by many of the exact same people who allowed them to be victims and silenced all those years ago. And now I have a full picture of what's called the Epstein hoax. And no, I'm not talking about their stories being a hoax, because those are very real, very traumatic, horrifying. The hoax is what we saw surrounding their stories. And as soon as I saw Gloria Allred step on that stage and say the things that she said today, it all made perfect sense. Now I understand exactly what Donald Trump has been warning the American people about. Those victims of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell want justice, and they deserve it, and they should get it. But that is not the reason why those women were up on that stage today. They were up on that stage today for a very different reason, and that is the hoax. Those women wanted to tell their stories, and they should. They should be heard. But NBC and Gloria Allred and Hillary Clinton and the rest of them had something else entirely in mind.
I do have to ask, and I know, and it's just something that I think we're compelled to at this moment, with the attention on President Trump, with these questions around a pardon. Did anybody see or hear of the president himself doing anything inappropriate as it related to Jeffrey Epstein? No. Or former President Clinton? No.
That is the hoax. These women want to tell their stories, and they should be heard. NBC News has something else entirely in mind. It's to figure out ways to make this continually about Donald Trump, despite the fact that every single victim that has ever spoken out, every one of them, have all said the exact same thing. He had no part in it. He was not involved in it whatsoever. Did you hear NBC News also ask the question about the pardon? What pardon? There's no pardon. There's never been any mention of the possibility of a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell by anybody except the people who are pushing a hoax. And yet they asked the question. They asked the question about whether or not Donald Trump has been involved. And they all said no. Did you notice they had to throw Bill Clinton in there? That's because several of those ladies were getting ready to get on stage and talk about how they were on a plane with Bill Clinton to Africa at the same time. At the same time. Nobody's talking about that, because that's not the hoax. The hoax is that Donald Trump needs to be saddled with the Epstein disaster, because that's the only way that they think that they can take this man down. But it's not going to work, because every single instance has ended up the same way. Donald Trump had no part in it. The American people know it. That event that happened today, as dramatic and traumatizing as it was, the spectacle that they tried to create failed. The hoax failed. And I'll show you exactly when it failed.
Is that justice? We're overdue for justice. We're not going to be waiting for justice. We are fighting for our justice.
Now I'm going to end it there because she went on and said some of the most horrific things that any human being could possibly say in the rest of that clip. But I'm not going to play it because TikTok won't let me play it. The minute that Gloria Allred stepped on that stage, the hoax became clear. The fact that Gloria Allred would get on that stage at the same exact time that young women were talking about being victimized by Jeffrey Epstein on a plane to Africa when Bill Clinton was on that plane is the most horrific thing I've ever heard. And I have to ask the question, is Gloria Allred acting as the handler for these women on behalf of the Clintons and the rest of the people who victimized them in the first place? The same Gloria Allred who in 2016 and in 2008, both of Hillary Clinton's presidential campaigns, was consulting with the campaign, helping them to draft their messaging, fundraising for them, acting as an advocate for her campaign. That Gloria Allred, the same Gloria Allred who, even after everybody knew about Jeffrey Epstein and his relationships to Bill Clinton because of the early 2000s case down in Southern Florida, the exact same Gloria Allred who decided to become a campaign consultant for Hillary Clinton. This is the same Gloria Allred who during the 90s, when she was a legitimate advocate for victims, actually came out strongly against Bill Clinton. And some say represented, others say just submitted some briefs to the court on behalf of Paula Jones against Bill Clinton. That same Gloria Allred, who said that Bill Clinton should resign after the Monica Lewinsky scandal, sometime around 2007, 2008, totally changed her tune about the Clintons and became a campaign consultant, somebody who was helping Hillary Clinton draft her messaging. That Gloria Allred? You mean the same Gloria Allred whose daughter, Lisa Bloom, was caught paying people to tell stories about Donald Trump in the 2016 campaign. So Gloria Allred is consulting with the campaign. Lisa Bloom is organizing fundraisers to find victims of Donald Trump and paying them. And I'm not talking about just a little bit. In one instance, somebody alleged that Lisa Bloom offered her $750,000 to say that Donald Trump victimized her. Another one, she paid off her mortgage. Another one, $200,000. That Gloria Allred and that Lisa Bloom. And what role is Gloria Allred playing on all this? Well, she's representing 27 Epstein victims. And Lisa Bloom has represented anywhere from 7 to 10 herself. And they're organizing the media and orchestrating the hit pieces and designing the questions that are being asked by people like NBC, because they have to do everything they possibly can to make this about the one person who every victim has actually said had no part in it, instead of focusing on the people that Gloria Allred and Lisa Bloom are highly connected to and apparently protecting.
Isn't that something? Isn't that something? You know, and this is the thing is how deep do these ties go? Okay. You know, Clinton got her Senate seat because of playing the victim of Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton's shenanigans, right? I think this was all a setup. I don't think that there ever was anything between Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton. I believe that it was 100% theater in order to prepare everybody for Hillary Clinton to step onto the stage. I think Hillary Clinton was set to appear on the stage all the way back from when her and Bill Clinton as teenagers were photographed with John F. Kennedy before his assassination in the White House, in the Oval Office. Okay. So you know, when I look at all of this, it brings to mind, you know, the consecutive or the consecutive actions of the Clinton campaign, whether it be Bill or Hillary, in that narrative story. So what is the best way to get to women is to have a woman who's been victimized paraded in front of you, and you know, and it, you know, casting doubt on the you know, casting disparagement, you know, against whoever they're campaigning against. If you got the victim story, then you can always claim to be a victim anytime any of this type of sensitive matters come at hand. Women are going to pay more attention to that. And Hillary Clinton's followers or people people weren't following Bill Clinton, okay, until the scandal came along, and then they weren't following Bill Clinton anymore. Who were they following? Hillary Clinton. That was the launching platform for the Clinton Foundation to be established at the same time that Clinton's victimhood gets to get put in the forefront. And, you know, am I making sense?
You are. And it's funny that you mentioned the Haiti thing, because when I sent you the link earlier in the private chat to the boards, it starts breaking down into Clinton and Uranium One and Haiti based off of that Cracker Barrel video that Donald Trump posted. So it's really interesting. And I've got something right here, and you're also talking about the discreditation of the girls, you know, with everything. This came from the Epstein files on, I downloaded it from the archives, right?
Oh, okay. So now is this from the batch of stuff that was released on Epstein a couple of nights ago?
No, this is from like 6 months ago.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead.
Was released. Okay. This is one of the things that they were using, and it actually has a classification from the trial from Epstein in 2007, I think. So if we look here, this lady, Elisa Kramer, you know, wrote this article in the Palm Beach Journal. The jury should have decided if Epstein is a pedophile. Now, this is the deal that was taken to give Epstein the lesser charge and pretty much put him on probation and let him walk. Okay, and this is one of the reasons that Governor Ron DeSantis had signed an executive order to open a special investigation about corruption and why he was allowed to walk. Okay, so if we look here, the 20-year-old Royal Palm Beach woman who told police she recruited girls for Mr. Epstein has a webpage on myspace.com that features one girl using the same name, Pimpin' Made Easy. Okay. So, and this was, you know, from Dershowitz. Prosecutors gave greater weight to the details Mr. Dershowitz provided about the girls in an apparent effort to assail their character. And Hawk, you were just talking about that.
Yep.
So this is a really good example of everything that you were just talking about. This article right here. Would you like me to send it to you?
Yeah, Yeah, it's kind of funny. If somebody proves me right, I always like that. You know, you guys don't realize how hard I try to prove myself right. You know, I mean, I work extra hard at it to prove myself right because of the fact that, you know, with everything that we have seen, you know, through the last 9 years, okay, it is very important to carry the receipts. And the thing is that other people were recognizing these patterns back then. They were recognizing, you know, the launching of Hillary Clinton. Okay. You know, because the victim is always the, you know, and this is also where, you know, my statement of, you know, hey, you know, if you were a victim of sexual abuse, you have two directions. Okay. You either become a predator yourself, or you become a warrior fighting against what harmed you. Okay. And the thing is that if say for instance, you know, Lewinsky and Clinton did do the nasty and it wasn't directed and coordinated by Hillary. Okay. You know, that's going to touch the hearts of every female across the country that has ever had a man scorn her. Okay. And what is it? A woman's greatest revenge is a woman's scorn. Right.
Oh man.
You know, so she could trash Bill to the ends of the earth and people would just be, you know, yay, good for you, Hillary, good for you, good for you. You know, so there's that, but then Hillary Clinton herself became a predator. Okay. And that's where the difference comes in, because Hillary herself was never sexually assaulted, was never in a sexual turmoil. Okay. She just became a predator, period. Okay. All you have to do is think, Frazzle. I don't even need to go any farther than that.
Yep.
Okay. She became one sick bitch. I'm sorry to say it, and I'm sorry to say it like that, but that's just, she's sick. Okay. Donald Trump has been saying for years, these people are sick. He's not kidding. He's not kidding. These are circumstances and situations that are placed in front of us to look at and try and come up with a very concise opinion of. Okay. But the more you dig into it, the more you realize that, wait, there's something amiss here. There's something just that it's like, you know, you go and you buy a puzzle, right? And there's a piece missing. Okay. So you grab another puzzle, okay, and you try to find one that fits. Okay. Well, the problem is that they've never found a piece to fill that empty hole unless they bought the same damn puzzle. They're trying to use all these other puzzle pieces to try and fill it in, and they can't do it. It's never going to happen.
They're trying to manufacture the puzzle piece that's never going to fit right.
Well, you know, and then you got to think about the manufacturing of evidence. You know, they've already manipulated statements. They've already, coached people and taught people on how to, disparage somebody. We know about the wrap-up smear. Okay. You know, what makes you think that Hillary hasn't used that wrap-up smear herself hundreds of times? Gloria Allred included. Okay. In that, you know, is you know, it's a wrap-up smear.
Where do you think they learned it?
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi told us the wrap-up smear. She told us all about it. And people don't look at that and say, oh, yeah, that's I can totally get it. I see exactly what they're doing, how they do it. You know, it's all they have to do is walk up to a microphone, make the statement, okay, because they're under immunity. You guys understand this, okay? When they're on the floor, okay, or they're talking to reporters, they get to lie all they want legally.
Yep.
Legally. They gave themselves immunity from prosecution for stating lies on the floor. That needs to be repealed immediately. Let these motherfuckers step up to a damn microphone and have to speak the truth. That's what needs to happen. If you're going into office and if you say, I don't care if you lie about what color your freaking underwear is, okay? If you lie, you're done. You're out. No second chances, no I'm sorries, no trying to rebuild your credibility. It's not going to happen. If you're willing to lie to them once, you're going to lie to them again and again and again. It's that simple. It is literally that simple.
So,
and I'm sorry I used that language. I apologize, but it's the Marine in me comes out when I see such obligation to stupidity. And that's basically what this boils down to, Slow. If you think, I mean, really think about this, okay? Obligation to stupidity. People who are still supporting this party who has ruined, you know, they don't realize how much that party has ruined even their own lives. And they're not going to see it until that party's gone. When that party's gone and they realize that, holy shit, I can't believe I supported that. People are already seeing that and saying stuff about it. That's why we play the videos that we do. They recognize and they realize that there's something more to this than anything that they've seen before. Okay? There's more to it. All right? And when you do that and you come out and you speak it, okay, you have to speak your truth. Okay, nothing can be manifested until you speak it. Okay, once you speak it and you say, listen, I left the Democrat Party because of blah, 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 blah. Okay, once you speak that, then you begin to see other actions that that party has done that contradicts everything that you were trying to move forward with. You know, it's very clear to me, very, very clear to me, okay, that the intention of yesterday's speaking or press conference, whatever you want to call it, okay, really had nothing to do with the victims. That's 100% clear.
It didn't.
It was about all the politicians who get to step up in front of the microphone, all the lawyers who get to step up in front of the microphone, all of the concerned citizens that get to step up to the microphone. It had nothing to do with the victims. You know, and one of the people who claims to be a victim that was up there, what most people don't know is that this girl actually sold her friends to Epstein.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of which,
now this is the thing: is that the girls that she turned on to Epstein, they didn't get that money. She got that money. She pimped her classmates and her friends to this man and is up there claiming victimhood.
Speaking of which, that was Haley Robson, right?
I believe that's her name. Yes.
Check this out. Guess what I have?
What do you have?
Probable cause affidavit, Palm Beach Police Department. Defendant Haley Robson, white female. Lewd and lascivious act on a child under the age of 16. And this is her giving her statement to police and what she did and what Jeffrey Epstein was having her do. Oh, yeah, I've got it. I've got a lot of it. So, I mean, yeah.
This is the thing is that, and folks, just so you guys know, they did do a dump of images. And honestly, I'm actually really disappointed at how they did this, but this is a link to it, okay, where you can actually go and download all 50,000 or so of the documents that of Epstein's emails and correspondences and things like that. Okay, now this was not something that was privy to us before. This is not stuff from the original Epstein, dump that happened with the little black book and the flight logs, that the older flight logs and things like that. So these are more extensive, and it takes quite a while to download, though, guys. I'm just letting you know that. And it is going to, because it comes in a zip format, and then once you unzip, then it starts to download each of the images. And basically that's what they did, was they took photographs of the documents instead of just releasing the documents themselves as files. So they made it so that if you don't have a big hard drive, you ain't getting to the juicy stuff.
Oh, I got a couple of them. So I think I'm set there.
Yeah.
But, oh, by the way, here's this too. Has anybody heard of Ronaldo Rizzo?
Yeah, I have heard that name before.
Okay. He was one of the ones that was deposed when Virginia Giuffre was suing Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, I know who you're talking about now.
He was the butler for the New York house.
Right. Okay. Yeah, for Manhattan. Yes.
And if we look here, this is all redacted. Now, the newer version may not have this redacted, but I'm not sure. I haven't looked for it, just to be honest. I got this a little over a year ago. Well, 2 years ago. So if we look down here, it talks about Eva Anderson. What happens next when Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein and a 15-year-old girl walk into Eva Anderson's home? And it talks about Ghislaine Maxwell taking her passport and them having the 15-year-old lie and say that she was Jeffrey Epstein's assistant. Oh, I mean, there's a lot here. I mean, there's a lot. And if we look here, so there's the Sarah Kellen probable cause affidavit. One of the other ones. Yep. See, I mean, a lot. And Sarah Kellen is the one that recruited Haley Robson. So what a tangled web it has become. And now it's getting too big for them to ignore. And like I said earlier, I think the reason Donald Trump has been calling it a hoax. Yes, Chessboard. He was his chef also. Is because he's trying to lull them into a false sense of security to start being stupid, and they're already starting.
Yeah, and Thomas Massey, I think he's going to be proven to be a snake in the grass. I mean, he's already showing us that he's a snake in the grass. With other things that he's done in the last 6 months, he's trying to restore a little bit of credibility because Trump, said that this guy's a rhino. You guys you don't see it, and the thing is that he's 100% a snake in the grass.
Yeah. I do have to give him props, so he hasn't taken any money that I know of from AIPAC.
Well, it doesn't matter if you got 40,000 corporations worldwide that are still willing to kick you money, and that's where he gets it. He gets it from everybody else. He doesn't need to get it from Israel. He gets it from everybody else.
That's a good point.
See, that's the problem, is that we focus on, we focus on the big things, Hamas, Israel, Mossad, but we don't look at, the smaller things, what major corporations are there? What major corporations are those people directly linked to? And then you turn around and then you look and see if any of those corporations are associated. And guess what? You find that they're all connected one way or another. It's all a script. These guys have been living a script. It's from the day that they ran for office all the way through till today. Okay. Every day that they're, stepping out on, stepping out on the floor and talking about this topic or that topic or whatever, they're following the script of those who pay them, not the American people.
And,
and never mind the fact that we pay their paychecks. I mean, we can go there too, Hey, we're paying you. Okay. So how about, some reckless accountability for us? And I mean reckless. I don't mean kind and endearing. Let's bring the shit. Let's get it all out there in the open. Let's expose it all. Let's show it all.
Oh, and without a doubt. And Hawk, I will email you those files, later on this afternoon. I mean, there's really a lot. And when I say I have all of the files, I just want to make this known. Let me pull this up real quick. Okay. Seagate. Hawk, I don't know if you could see this, but
I can't. I'm blind as a bat. Are you crazy?
The Jeffrey Epstein indictment, the flight manifest, both written and handwritten and typed out, by the way. The black book, the memorandum for law, the probable cause affidavit, Jeffrey Epstein, part 1 of 8. So I have all 8 parts of the police files, the property log that they had from where they seized all the property from his house in Florida, the redacted police report, the probable cause affidavit, the black book, of course. Judge releases names for the Giuffre case. Dang it. So, right here, I mean, there's a lot. And I think this is the one that sunk Prince Andrew. This one right here. So, and then the Maxwell deposition and Maxwell attorney doc. I mean, I have a lot. I really do. What's this? I can't remember what this is. Oh, that.
Well, okay. So Bamlo, the only thing is okay. So it's funny that you just brought that up, because you want to know what's crazy is one of the last things that I watched before we came on today, okay, was let's see, here we go. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Okay, let's take a watch on this. Take a listen.
Well,
this is a clear. There's a clear line right there. And
read it and weep. Yeah.
Are we supposed to deny what our eyes and ears tell us? And absolutely not. And I want to follow up on something else, Benny. It's not anti-Semitic to talk about this, and it's not anti-Semitic to question any foreign country's government, secular government, including Israel. And I think that's the right thing for people to do, is to always question any foreign government's motives, especially when they come to our country constantly demanding money and demanding help and support. Unfortunately, I don't see enough of the American people in the halls of Congress demanding help and demanding support and demanding funding. But I do happen to see a lot of foreign countries' leaders and diplomats coming to Washington on too frequent of a basis.
Yeah, we fund a lot of other countries' borders better than we fund our own. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, that's correct. Yes. I have an amendment, actually. I have several amendments going for our NDAA that is being worked on right now. This is our Department of Defense funding, and it's over $800 trillion, actually close to $900 trillion is the total bill. But unfortunately, there's money in there for foreign aid, and I'm introducing amendments to take it out. I'm introducing an amendment to take out the $500 million for Israel. They already receive $3.4 billion annually every single year through the State Department. I've got those same amendments on Taiwan for $500 million and for Jordan for $500 million as well. Those are countries that also receive significant amounts of American taxpayer dollars every single year. And here's a ridiculous one, Benny. There's $15 million in there for AIDS prevention education activities. And I don't know why Americans are having to pay for that in Africa. I think that's ridiculous. And I think if people want to donate money to that themselves, they can, but it shouldn't be in our Department of Defense funding, as well as $118 million for foreign disasters in foreign countries and aid. You know, I think we've had enough of our own natural disasters in America, and that's exactly where our hard-earned taxpayers should be going, not to foreign countries. And that's not
okay. That's not the one that I wanted. Okay, hang on a second, guys. I'm telling you, we got a lot of stuff here lined up. So basically, if the victims release a list, they can be sued. Is basically what it boils down to. They can be sued. It's basically like slander. It's some type of slander or whatever. But Massey came up with an idea that they were going to get the list from the victims and then read it on the floor. Why? Because on the floor, they have immunity. You know, so here we go.
The survivors said that they had decided to compile their own list, but the reality is if they try to release that list, they're going to be sued into homelessness. They will be attacked. They will have death threats. And so what my colleague Marjorie Taylor Greene volunteered to do, and I've volunteered to do as well, is to read that list on the floor of the House of Representatives, because our founders put into the Constitution speech or debate immunity, which says that we can't be prosecuted for what we say on the floor of the House. So we're willing to help those survivors get those names out there. And as my colleague Ro Khanna has said, we trust the public to determine who were donors to the Epstein Scholarship Fund and who were users of the women who were exposed to sexual abuse, to differentiate between those two groups of people. The survivor said that they had decided to compile.
So we have a narrative being laid out right in front of us that the only way that this list can be read is if it's done on the floors of Congress, is basically what it is. Okay. And do you get to redact anything off of that list? Do you get to remove anybody's name off of that list? Is there an obligation for you to speak each and every name listed? You see what I'm saying? You see where the direction I'm going with this is that there is going to be so many people scrambling to protect this person, to protect that person, to protect, oh, we can't go after this corporation because I get money from so-and-so. We can't go after this corporation because I get money from so-and-so. We can't go after that corporation because I get money from so-and-so.
And the other thing, the other question I have, you talk about that list. I wonder how closely that list that the survivors are putting together are going to match the one that we have in the boards.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's a fair question.
And it's going to get interesting, but I think that honestly, I think that things are moving in a way that, in all honesty, yes, I think that the Epstein real victims will see justice. We'll see accountability. I believe that. But I think that that this is going on right now as a cover to something else.
I think so too.
It's so we've got heavy equipment being moved out of military equipment, moved through the newly acquired Union Station in Washington, D.C. We've got train loads, and I'm not talking about just one train. I'm talking about train loads, many train loads, okay, going through D.C., heading towards places unknown. Yeah.
It was heading
places
westward.
unknown. Yeah, like. This is the D.C. train yard. Just so everybody knows that that's really where it is. And this was taken yesterday morning. Okay. We've covered transports being made across the country. Now, these are all Humvees and armored vehicles, pickups, troop carriers.
MRAPs.
Yep. So when we look at this, I think that distraction is becoming more and more prominent. Okay. These trains were heading towards Chicago. Chicago. Yeah. Chicago. They're heading towards Chicago. Okay. And then there was another train that I saw in another video that is actually heading towards where? Louisiana.
Now, and here's something else. All right. So every military installation, well, every army post, I should say, has a rail yard. Did you know that?
Say that again.
Every army installation has its own rail yard. Did you know
Oh,
that?
absolutely. Well, yeah, it's Marine Corps installations as well. Yeah, that's how the majority of stuff is brought in. They're brought in on the boxes, and then the boxes get lifted, put on truck beds, and delivered all over the bases and everything. But yes,
So, and I say that because they could be going from rail yard to rail yard, okay, to either drop equipment and pick up different equipment, because it all depends on where they're going. Each sector of responsibility will more than likely have its own equipment.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting. It really is, because different places call for different equipment. So
I'm trying to see. Somebody just said that Trump said something about making a thing. I know that this is going on right now.
As leaders and parents, we must manage AI's growth responsibly. During this primitive stage, it is our duty to treat AI as we would our own children, empowering but with watchful guidance. Today, in this room, is filled with the brightest minds of our time. As such, I challenge you to focus on 3 strategic priorities of AI's ecosystem, so America can lead in shaping a new, magnificent world. Infrastructure and energy, national security, and of course, talent. We must ensure America's talent, our workforce, is prepared to sustain AI's progress. And the Presidential AI Challenge is our first major step to galvanize America's parents, educators, and students with this mission. English is a new coding language for many, and with it, creativity will flow from every corner of America, sparking new industries, careers, and jobs. By supporting the Presidential AI Challenge, you are investing in our youth, America's next era builders.
Yeah. So that is, I knew that was going on, and that's going to be, I believe it's like a 3-hour or 4-hour session that they're doing. And I was very glad to see Linda McMahon sitting right next to her. You know, being the head of the what do you call it, the Board of Education there. You know, being the education secretary. You know, I think that is a very good thing, because what that's going to do is maybe inspire teachers to do the right thing, you know. See, I'm looking to see if there was any notices from Trump stating that he was going to make a statement.
Hey, that one right there, the justice cometh. I want to touch on something that has been looming for the last 4 days everywhere. Brandon Johnson coming out and telling people to rise up against the National Guard when they come into Chicago. Doesn't that sound like an insurrection to anybody else? The Insurrection Act of 1807?
Well, you know, this is the thing is honestly, you know, and I talked about this the other day. I think that the Insurrection Act was actually initiated at the beginning of Trump's first term. You know, because they tried to overthrow a duly elected president. Okay, we're not just talking about outside organizations or anything. We're talking about inside our own government, and then some. Okay, so I think that and I think and under that guise of the Insurrection Act, then that would be one of the reasons why continuity of government was placed into or put on the board. I'm not talking about the keyboard. I'm talking about on the chessboard.
Yeah.
The continuity of government was placed there because of the second coup, which was the theft of the election. But I also have to go with this. I have to say that if Trump had not left for the Biden administration to come in and do what they were going to do, then he would have gone against everything that was that he was trying to gain a foothold of. Okay. Basically, if Trump had fought it in 2020, then there would be no repairing the country. There would be no awakening for the people who in the last 4 years have seen everything. Okay, it never would have happened for them. They would have been restricted, refrained, and pushed to the side, and kept silent. And we've seen so many people leave the Democrat Party in the last 4 years, seeing that these people were, in all actuality, doing the things that would, made them wake up and say, "Wow, this isn't the Democrat Party that I signed up for. This has gone so far in another direction that I can't comprehend this. I can't grasp this." I hope that I'm making sense to you guys, but without the 4 years of Biden, there would still be a majority of the people that were not awake. They would never have experienced the hardship and everything that we've gone through in the last 5 years. Okay, to get to this point, and then all it would have taken is the Democrats remaining silent for 4 years while Trump continued his term, and then go full bore as soon as Trump was done. I mean, they had an entire shadow government going during his first term. This time, they're not going to get that chance. This isn't. It's not going to happen twice.
Well, and we also have to remember we had to have the pause. The pause, like you were talking about, for everybody to wake up. Oh my God, it was like a night and day moment for folks, for a lot of folks.
Well, I'm sitting here having safety meetings and not telling anybody. I hope you guys aren't mad, but we're just going to call this a safety show. Okay. So that way we don't have to call for meetings. We can it's a safety show. It's covered from the beginning to the end. Okay. Yeah. I had a rough night's sleep last night.
I hear you.
Yeah, I had a rough night's sleep last night. One of the dogs a few days ago got they were wrestling around in one of the kennels, and the pup got his paw jammed in between or out one of the fence holes. But then there's another cage there right next to it, and got his paw just enough that his paw became trapped and was freaking out. Well, it was swelled up. There was nothing broken, but it was swelled up. And last night I had him in here with me, and he was just whining away all night long. Oh my God, this is not good. Yeah. All night long. And the thing is the big dogs will stand right outside the door of the camper looking at the camper because they hear them in here. I'm just saying.
So I got to tell you, some of these memes that Donald Trump has been posting between yesterday and today, oh my. So I got to say, oh my. Hawk, I know you've seen him.
DOJ deputy chief admits government will redact every Republican on the Epstein client list. What? Oh, yeah. They'll DOJ redact every Republican or conservative person in those files, leave all the liberal Democrat people on those files, and have a very slanted version of it come out without really seeing any of their bad behavior, admitted Joseph Schnitt, acting deputy chief at the Office of Enforcement Operations for U.S. Department of Justice, on hidden camera to an undercover OMG journalist. Is there a video of this?
I doubt it.
Nope. So if there's an undercover video of this, let's see here. Let me click this.
But those files do exist.
Yeah, thousands and thousands of pages of files. They'll redact every Republican or conservative person in those files, leave all the liberal Democratic people in those files.
And did they visited that Maxwell person?
Yeah.
And also involved?
Got transferred to a minimum security prison too recently, which is against BOP policy because she's a convicted sex offender. They're offering her something to keep her on shut.
That was the acting deputy chief of the Office of Enforcement Operations, Joseph Schnitt, telling a stranger about the FBI and DOJ's handling of the Epstein files. Schnitt, who works at a high level inside the Department of Justice, goes on to comment on the inconsistent statements, special treatment of Ghislaine Maxwell, and the blatant backtracking on promises of transparency.
And what do you do for work here?
I work for the Department of Justice.
Okay.
Been there like 23 years. I'm an analyst. I'll be acting deputy chief of our office for a few months starting next week. I work closely with all the federal law enforcement agencies and the U.S. attorney's offices, the prosecutors and stuff. The thing is, it's interesting because I do deal with so many of the agencies, like the Bureau of Prisons, the Marshal Service, the FBI, U.S. attorney's offices.
Recently, the FBI and DOJ have come under fire for promising transparency, then refusing to release footage and unredacted documents, going directly against the public's expectations and the promises made by Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel. In a DOJ press release, Attorney General Pam Bondi stated, quote, "This Department of Justice is following through on President Trump's commitment to transparency and lifting the veil on the disgusting actions of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators," unquote, and also claimed they were shedding light on Epstein's extensive network, only to later claim that Epstein was acting alone, and that the only video evidence they had was of Epstein's personal child porn collection.
Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were.
In the same press release, Kash Patel claimed, quote, "There will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, and no stone left unturned."
So on the Epstein matter or any other matters, we are diligently working on that. I'm not going to withhold information from the American public ever.
Only to later claim on Joe Rogan's podcast that releasing any videos would re-victimize those impacted.
We're not going to re-victimize women. We're not going to put that shit back out there. It's not happening, because then he wins. Not doing it. You want to hate me for it? Fine.
But, internally, there's a lot of, even within the administration, there's internal conflict.
Okay.
Like, the FBI really wants it. Second in command at FBI has been causing problems because he's like, no, these have to be released.
Yeah. So the FBI wants them out.
Yep, the top two guys do.
And Bonnie doesn't.
I don't know what Bonnie wants. Bonnie wants whatever job.
Sure.
She's super desperate.
Why is there suddenly this internal conflict within the same administration that aggressively campaigned in 2024 to fully release the Epstein files to the American public? What new revelations did the DOJ and FBI make to now say that an incriminating client list does not exist? DOJ analyst Joseph Schnitt comments on these inconsistencies and informs our undercover journalist that even if anything was to be released, it would be heavily redacted in favor of the Republican Party, indicating that this DOJ official, Joseph Schnitt, probably leans Democrat.
Do you think the stuff with Epstein will actually get released or not at all?
If it does, it'll be heavily redacted and his name won't be in it.
Well, those files do exist.
There's files.
Yeah.
For sure. There's thousands and thousands of pages of files. But again, if they're released in any way, it's going to be very redacted. They'll redact every Republican or conservative person in those files, leave all the liberal Democratic people in those files, and have a very slanted version of it come out where it's like to look at what's going without releasing any of their bad behavior.
This is James O'Keefe. You know me for exposing the truth and holding the powerful accountable. But today, I want to talk to you about protecting your own. Remain high and everywhere you. If central bank.
I don't care about your gold sales, pal.
Go to Tunnel to Towers, supporting our first responders.
Let's see. Let's get past this and
protect your future, because for
2 minutes of commercial.
The conversation then turned towards Ghislaine Maxwell and her highly publicized and unprecedented prison transfer.
I think they visited that Maxwell person.
Yeah.
And also involved.
She got transferred to a minimum security prison too recently, which is against BOP policy because she's a convicted sex offender.
Okay, you understand that federal prisoners are under a different protective status. Okay, and this guy works for the DOJ, releasing that information to just anyone, willy-nilly. You took an oath when you entered the office at the Department of Justice. You took an oath. And right now, young man, you are violating that oath.
And they're not supposed to get minimum security prisons, which is an interesting detail because she's getting a benefit, which means they're offering her something to keep it on shut.
The difference between a low security prison and a minimum security prison is that minimum security prisons are designed for non-violent offenders with short sentences. They often have no perimeter fencing, and inmates are housed in dormitory-style rooms. We looked into the Bureau of Prisons policies, and Schnitt's claim is in fact correct. Convicted sex offenders are historically ineligible for minimum security facilities. Schnitt is also very credible by virtue of where he works inside the Department of Justice. This raises significant questions about why Ghislaine Maxwell was provided such special treatment at a time where the DOJ and the FBI are under heavy scrutiny for their handling of the Epstein files. The DOJ and FBI have continually promised transparency to the country. Why was the case's most significant witness transferred to a more comfortable prison life, all while Epstein's victims were still not receiving the justice they deserve? Why does it take a random girl in Washington, D.C., for someone like Joseph Schnitt to open up? Why are top DOJ officials spilling all these secrets in restaurants while the American people are not necessarily afforded the same transparency that they're promised? It doesn't make any sense. What we're looking for is people on the inside of the government to step forward for your private actions to match your public actions, to stand by the truth. And if you know more about this, please email us at tips@o'keefemediagroup.com or text us at 914-491-9395, and we will tell your story without fear and without favor.
So, so when I look at this, I have to say to myself, this guy, he really put himself out there. And frankly, I believe that, here we go. Joseph Schnitt had no role in the department's internal review of Epstein materials. He has confirmed as much to leadership, and we plan to publish his written statement to that effect when we have it. In his own words, the comments Mr. Schnitt made were based on what he learned in the media, and he has no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding Mrs. Maxwell other than what was reported in the news. These comments have absolutely zero bearing with reality and reflect a total lack of knowledge of the DOJ's review process. The DOJ is committed to transparency and is in compliance with the House Oversight Committee's request for documents. Okay, and this is the thing, is this. With this guy making the statements that he did, number one, he should be removed from being a DOJ deputy chief, because wasn't there like some disinformation board created or something to stop people from telling bullshit, if I'm not mistaken? And you're muted.
Oh yeah, it was Nina Jankowicz, I think, was the one that was in charge of it, if I remember right.
That was the singing pool, right?
Yeah.
The sun will come out tomorrow. Yeah. So this guy, pretty much, so now his analyst at US DOJ has been cleared. The DOJ already responded. U.S. Department of Justice, James O'Keefe. I met a woman named Skylar on Hinge, a dating app, in July 2025. Her profile is no longer findable. We had 2 dates, August 4th and August 16th. She claimed to be an en pair in Georgetown. She gave no clues that she was a reporter or recording our dates. Had I a clue, the first date would have ended immediately and there never would have been a second one. My profile indicated I did government work, but did not specify for which agency. I never discussed that, what I do at the DOJ. Obviously you do. Okay. The comments I made were my own personal comments on what I've learned in the media and not from anything I found or I've done at or learned via work. I have no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding Mrs. Maxwell other than what is reported in the news. I also never divulged anything about what I do at work. I recall that she asked me if I had any knowledge about Maxwell, and I specifically said I only know what's been reported in the media. Well, but, you're telling people that Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved to a minimum security facility. You're divulging information about a person's incarceration in the federal prison system. Okay, that right there should disqualify you automatically from any position whatsoever in the Department of Justice. Okay, that disclosure alone, stating that she was moved to a minimum security prison, which whittles down how many of those facilities are in the country, okay, And somebody such as, say Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton could find out exactly which facility she's been transferred to. It's and let me tell you, in the federal system, in the federal prison system, they can move you anytime they want to.
And
they wake
anywhere.
you up. Exactly. And you get no say in it. Okay. Your lawyers don't get no say in it. Your family don't get no say in it or anything. Okay. Say, for instance, you started off in Danbury, Connecticut at the maximum facility in Danbury. Okay. You will get woken up in the middle of the night. Your shit gets packed. You get rolled up into a vehicle. Then all of a sudden, you're switched onto a plane. You're flown all the way to the other side of the country and thrown into another federal prison. And guess what? For the first 30 days that you're there, you don't get to make contact with anybody in the outside world other than your attorney. And you can't even divulge your location to your attorney. That has to go through the prison system only. So there's a lot there. There's a whole lot there. So just saying, oh, okay. I figured you were stepping out to have a smoke. That's right.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So that's just so Pam Bondi needs to, the guy needs to be fired. Okay. Absolutely no, no ands, ifs, or buts about it. Absolutely none. And then here we go.
And let me announce now, several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now, together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is involved. Stay tuned for more details on that. Because history is watching, and so are the women who will come after us. Thank you.
Yeah. And this is the thing is, I don't think it's all men. I don't think it's all men.
Yeah, I don't either. Not for a minute.
I don't. Yep. So
this is interesting too. One of the women that got up there and was talking yesterday, I think it was the one that was just on there actually, used this phrase, "The world is watching." Where have we heard that before?
Oh, the world is watching. It was on the boards.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, let's see. There's a lot going on in DC regarding the big V because of the big C and all the other V's that kids have to get and everything else. So, but we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that. Yeah, although you see me scrolling past it, just saying. Let's see. I'm looking to see if I thought I saw something just before we got started, and I was looking to see if it was back. If Let's see. Oh yeah, there's that.
Chicago. It's not just the National Guard. Multiple sources telling Fox News that ICE agents are set to move into Chicago for an immigration crackdown. Now, that city's Democratic leaders are expected to resist, but many locals, like our next guest, say it is a long time coming. But Sean Tunsil will join us in a moment, talk about the residents' sentiments in a moment there in Chicago. But first, the senior correspondent, Mike Tobin, who's got a beat on this every day in Chicago. Mike.
And Bill, we know that some federal staff is already at the Great Lakes Naval Base north of Chicago, and Illinois Senators Tammy Duckworth and Dick Durbin are demanding that the Secretary of the Navy provide them with some information for how that base is going to be used. And then a meeting of North Suburban leaders was told that some 300 federal agents are expected in Chicagoland. Now, the mayor of Broadview, a suburb to the west of Chicago, issued a letter stating that a building there will be used as primary processing facility for operations, which could last for 45 days, and law enforcement should be ready for protests, even destruction of property. Tom Homan, border czar under President Trump, argues that sanctuary policies pushed by Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker forced them to zero in on places like Chicago.
We're going to flood the zone. Sanctuary cities, I've said it 1,000 times. They're going to get exactly what they don't want: more agents in the communities and more worksite enforcement. If they won't let us arrest the bad guy in the safety and security of a county jail, so more collateral arrests are going to occur in sanctuary cities because you forced us into the community.
Chicago saw over 51,000 migrants arrive since the summer of 2022. The watchdog group Illinois Public Policy estimates the state will spend over $2.5 billion on migrants by the end of 2025. Chicago Alderman Raymond Lopez, a Democrat, says Illinois leaders with sentiments for the migrant community are not sincere.
If we had addressed this by amending the welcoming city ordinance several months ago, we would not be in this position today, in my opinion. If we had shown a willingness to work with Donald Trump, Tom Homan, and Kristi Noem to say, look, we know you know where the high priority targets are. Let us help you when we arrest them. We'll let you know. I think we'd be in a very different spot than where we find ourselves today.
Now, September is a month when Mexican Independence Day is recognized with a series of parades through Hispanic areas. Now, the town of Waukegan has postponed their parade, but the Pilsen neighborhood to the south of where I am is continuing with their parade. However, they've got spotters in the crowd who will be equipped with cell phones, radios, even whistles to alert people of any developments. Bill? All right.
So basically, all they got to do is get boxed in. That's it. That's all that needs to happen. ICE needs to show up on 4 roads. That's it. And work their way inward. And yep. Just like that. So, let's see. I'm still looking for that one in regards to, see. No.
What is it? I might have it.
Okay, it's in regards to them doing a list. And I think it's just going to be too far. It's going to be too far down on my list. Probably won't, yeah, but yeah, so here's where Gloria came out.
Was that justice? No! We're overdue for justice.
Okay, so now I want you guys to listen to the next words that come out of her mouth.
We're not going to be waiting for justice. We are fighting for justice.
Okay.
And let me tell you, no more talk of the word pedophiles.
Fuck you. That's what I see earlier. Yep. Yeah.
Which only means a man who is attracted to children.
Oh, sorry. How many women have been getting fired as teachers for sleeping with their 12, 13, and 14-year-old students? is she says a man attracted to a child is all a pedophile is. No, a pedophile is somebody who commits an act with a child. Doesn't matter whether it's a male or a female. You don't get to control the narrative on this one here, you witch.
We're not talking about pedophiles.
Yes, we are talking about pedophiles.
We're talking about sexual predators and child molesters.
Well, yes, those can be included under pedophiles because most of the victims are children, not full-grown adults.
Let's get the word in about what the crime was that they committed. Was that justice?
Okay, you see what I'm talking about, and this is what pisses me off. Okay, because it's the same type of shit that the Catholic Church does with their priests. Okay, and this is this is the real shame of it. Okay, when I came forward with my story years and years ago, okay, the parishioners protected this priest, and he ended up getting moved from Marlborough, Connecticut to Derby, Connecticut, where guess what? He did it again, and guess what? The parishioners protected the priest. So did the archdiocese, okay? But the fact of the matter is, the parishioners, okay? Oh, he couldn't do that. He's the sweetest old man. He's the sweetest father we've ever had. Yeah, unless it happens to your kid. Then he's a bad guy. Then and only then is he a bad guy. You know, and then he got moved again. He got moved from Derby to a town called Ansonia. Okay. And then from Ansonia, he got moved to Vernon, Connecticut. And then from Vernon, Connecticut, he went to Guilford, Connecticut. Then he went from Guilford, Connecticut to New Haven, Connecticut. And then from New Haven, Connecticut, he retired to Florida. So 9 cities never, and that was from the time of my case. How many towns before that was he transferred? And how many other priests were being treated the exact same way? We're getting the exact same treatment. We're being moved from church to church to church with claims being left behind in every city. Every city. When Dave and I did the podcast where we talked about, you know, my whole thing, he pulled everything up on the screen. Dave had everything. Okay. The Archbishop's release of names of all the priests who ever had charges against them. That priest's name was on there, and I was there as a victim, and then he was able to pull up the Hartford Courant newspaper, the New Haven Register newspaper, the New London Day Register, and the Norwich Bulletin newspaper. Okay, that all covered the story, front page of what happened. The guy was never arrested and prosecuted.
No, he was protected by the church.
And the parishioners. Only after his death were the people of St. John Fisher's Church of Marlborough, Connecticut, told that Felix McGuire, Father Felix McGuire, was in fact a pedophile and had abused many children. And there were still more victims to be talked to. Only after his death. So when I see people like this trying to change a factual narrative to suit their agenda, I call bullshit. I call bullshit. Credibility to that press conference yesterday 100% was lost when this woman stepped up to the microphone. Period. No ands, ifs, or buts about it.
Oh, without a doubt. Now, I'm not taking away from the victims. I'm not whatsoever. But as soon as she stepped on stage, it was about controlling a narrative and trying to control the language that was going to be used from then on.
Yep. Yep. And it's basically it's a big smoke screen for something bigger going on, you know. And we're gonna continuously see more and more and more come out about the Epstein thing, you know. It's just a matter of of when and where, you know.
And for some reason, I can feel their spirit, especially Virginia's today. She would be so proud and she would be so beside herself to see this one moment we have all came together to unite. And for our government and for the politicians who have taken our trauma and have weaponized it against us, making it unbearable, making it unlivable, making it hard to move on in a life that we wish to live in happiness and joy and peace and injustice that can only come from within at this point. And we have gotten to this point. Shame on you. Shame on you for using our trauma to weaponize this moment. We are not going to be fooled by your trickery. We are not going to be fooled by the lies, by the conspiracy theories. We are the keys to this situation. We have the truth. And the FBI knows the truth. The government knows the truth. You may pull the wool over the sheep's eyes, but we are the keys. We know who was involved. We know the game. We know the players. And we are sitting here for 20 years waiting for you to get up and do something. Well, guess what? Your time is up and now we're doing it.
Okay, so that's a pretty good statement, you know, and that's the thing, is I'm not trying to detract from the victims. I'm talking about the people who are trying to coop the horror. Okay. And what I mean by coup is counting coup. When you're a native warrior, okay, there was a thing called counting coup. And basically what it was is after you were injured, a warrior would beat on you and cause strikes on you. And for every time this warrior hit you, it was a coup. Okay. So they call it counting coup. Okay. So if a warrior got 20 strikes on somebody, you know, against an enemy, then he was counting coup. Okay. It's beating up of, okay, before the death of. Okay. And that's basically what some of these politicians and background people, okay, that are now stepping forward into the limelight to try and take the limelight and try to direct the narrative are doing. She's trying to count coup. She tried to destroy Donald Trump for 10 years and it didn't work. And now she thinks she's going to do it with this. But, you know, this is, you know, Tim Burchett had something to say.
Now the total conversation has been that it's just Epstein. There was no abuse outside of Epstein. And it was like the entire harem of thousands the entire harem of thousands of women and people abused was just for Epstein, and there was no blackmail ever, and nobody else ever touched the hair on another one.
I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that. I think it just goes too deep. I think his money and his influence went a little deeper than that. I think you're going to see a lot of people that don't want these files released just because they're going to be in those files that just did business with Epstein because he was a money man. He was not, it didn't have anything to do with his, it didn't have anything to do with all of it. With any of the sex trafficking or whatever you want to call it. I think that's where the lines get a little hazy, and I think we need to be really careful there as well. But yeah, I think it was a pretty deep web. I think he used it. I think there's tapes probably that were taken at the residency in New York. I don't want to see them, but I think that needs to be evaluated further. I really do.
So, I like Burchett's view on this, and he said, he said the other day that he listened to, he listened to the Maxwell testimony, and stuff, and he's like, some of this I understand, some of this I don't understand, and that's what I like about Burchett is that he never really, he doesn't step into the minefield in a way where he's like intentionally trying to blow himself up, and he knows that if he bullshits, his constituents are going to call him on it. This is a guy who's been a farmer, is a farmer, still has a working farm. So credibility goes a long way. And I like that he says, I don't know for sure. And he says, I believe that there are tapes. He says, but I don't want to see them. I mean, seriously, who would actually want to watch somebody be victimized? There's got to be a level of demonic gratification that must be coming from that. Did you play Marjorie's take on this?
I did not, but
okay.
I do have to say something real quick.
Go ahead.
With what they were saying, now the lady that you seen speak before you played the Burchett video, Haley Robson, that is the girl that
pimped out her friends.
Yes. And that was the case, I pulled up the court document that she was recruited by Sarah Kellen,
who was another victim.
Yes. So it was a huge pattern of behavior. So she is guilty to an extent, but she is also a victim, but she can't be playing the victim card to the extent to what she is either, because she was part of the problem.
Yeah. They continued, they let it continue. They became part of the vicious cycle, the circle. Yeah. So, all right, here's MTG's.
Good morning. This is my 5th year in Congress, and this is the largest press conference that I've seen since I've been here. And this is because this is an issue that matters so much to Americans. This is an issue that doesn't have political boundaries. It's an issue that Republicans and Democrats should never fight about. As a matter of fact, it's such an important issue that it should bring us all together. It's grieved me to watch the arguments and debates take place among my colleagues and even the administration. I think this is something that was worth fighting for. You see, the women behind me are going to tell you stories that you've never heard before. These are unimaginable horrors that they've lived with for their entire lives since they were very, very young. But these are also similar stories that many children, teenagers, women, and even men are enduring nightmares right now as we speak. You see, these women have been fighting since the 1990s. I heard one woman tell us yesterday since 1996, and they have carried with them shame. But I want to tell you something. The shame does not fall on these brave, courageous women. The shame falls on every single person that coldly turned a blind eye to their abuse. The shame falls on every single person that enabled it. The shame falls on every single person that took money to continue it. And the shame falls on the people in power over the past several decades that protected the monster, Jeffrey Epstein, and his cabal that continued a nightmare. Those people deserve the shame. And today we are coming forward and we are going to fight like hell for these women, because we have to fight like hell for those that are enduring sexual abuse and are living in a prison of shame. Anyone that is being abused, it is not your fault. You should live with no guilt or fear or shame. All of the fault belongs to the evil people that do these things to the innocent. This is the most important fight we can wage here in Congress, is fighting for innocent people that never receive justice. And the women behind me have never received justice. And do you want to know why? It's because Jeffrey Epstein somehow was able to walk among the most rich, powerful people, not only in America, but foreign countries. Yesterday, I heard countries like Saudi Arabia, Russia, and even Israel, and other countries. The truth needs to come out, and the government holds the truth. The cases that are sealed hold the truth. Jeffrey Epstein's estate holds the truth. The FBI, the DOJ, and the CIA holds the truth. And the truth we are demanding come out on behalf of these women, but also as a strong message to every innocent child, teenager, woman, and man that is being held captive in abuse. This should never happen in America, and it should never be a political issue that divides us. And I want to thank Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie for doing something brave, crossing political boundaries for a very important fight. And I'm honored to join both of them. And I'm honored that Nancy Mace and Lauren Boebert signed the discharge petition along with myself. And I asked my Republican colleagues not to choose just one path for justice and transparency and accountability, but I asked my Republican colleagues to choose every path for justice and accountability and transparency.
Yeah, how about that?
So, and here's something else to add to what she was saying. None of this would be happening if Donald Trump did not deny that the documents existed. I want you to remember that, all right?
Yep. Yep.
So in a sense, they played right into his trap, and they didn't even know it. Because then that got Democrats to say, hey, we know there's a list. We're going to release it.
Yep.
So, you know, the one that they claimed for years was a conspiracy theory. In the moment that Donald Trump said, oh, no, it don't exist, what happened? I mean, seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, there is just so much there. And yeah, speaking of Epstein, Schumer got thousands in donations from Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Thousands, not just a little bit, thousands. Yeah. Yeah, little boom I couldn't remember. Saudi Arabia, Russia, and even Israel. Interesting. Great Britain wasn't mentioned. Yeah. How come the connections to the royal family weren't talked about? You know. So yeah, there's quite a bit there. Quite a bit there. I'm trying to get down to the beginning of all of this mess that I have here today, because it is a mess, absolutely a mess. I can't organize anything on X, which makes it tough. You know.
Have you tried adding them to your bookmarks and doing it that way?
Yeah, I have a few in my thing there, but it's getting all the posts in the right order and everything else. It's just crazy. Let's see, is this the one? No, that's not. I think there's one before this. That is the okay. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right. Let's take a listen to this one. You got a few minutes with this one. So this will give you time to go get a coffee, have a smoke or whatever. But make sure you listen. Ian Carroll. Now, I haven't been following Ian because he kind of fell in line with a lot of the Flynn type guys. But this particular topic and the document release, and plus the leaking of 50,000 or more, they haven't even gone through them all. He talks about going through all these documents and everything. While this plays, I'm going to run up and check my mail real quick. Here we go.
So there's this massive file leak that just happened from Ehud Barak, the ex-prime minister of Israel, one of Epstein's very good buddies. Thousands of his emails were leaked online. And like alternative sources are talking about it, but the mainstream media, totally silent. Radio silence. And I have spent the last, I don't even know how long, just going down the rabbit hole. And I'm about to take you with me. This is just the start. This is just preliminary reporting. There's a lot of files, and just figuring out how to even analyze them has been a whole process. But through that process, working with my buddy over here on one screen and the reports on the other screen, and getting AI involved to write code that would scrape and then combine and then analyze. By the end of this, we're going to get to how they were surveilling the Hillary Clinton campaign. Oh yeah. And Putin and Jeff Bezos, Bill Clinton, Benjamin Netanyahu, and there's links that will go to email report. But first, I just want to tell you how we got here. Because when you actually download the leaked emails, they come from 2 different emails. But when you go into those emails, there is just this whole mess of folders. And in each one, there's more folders with different things. And each of these files is an individual email, right? But we're talking like 50,000 emails or more, each individual files in all these different folders. How the fuck are we going to analyze them? So lately, I've been playing with AIs in terms of helping find sources, helping dig through complex details and data, and helping get to primary sources. And or in this case, aggregate thousands of email files and turn them all into one file that we can search all at once, because they're not all in one place. You can't search them. Right? Like there's nowhere you can go and type in Peter Thiel and have it find you where Peter Thiel is in the files. So I got on a call with my code wizard buddy. We got on here. He taught me how to use the most basics of Python, and he helped me out and did it with me. Crash course in coding, and we wrote out all this crazy code, and like, it's a long story. We'll skip it. But we wrote a program that would put them all into one JSON file. And then we got the JSON file, and it's real big. When you scroll through it, it's all of them extracted with critical information retained, like file names and file paths, day the email was sent, who it's from, who it's to, etc. But now it's searchable. And now we can put AI into them and have AI start scraping through it and be like, find me every instance of this or that, or look for patterns here or there. And that's where we stumbled across something kind of random that at first we thought was a nothing burger. Is in one of the little reports that it made summarizing what it was finding in the files, it mentioned Clinton and the Clinton Foundation and surveillance of the Clinton Foundation. And I was like, wait a minute. You're telling me that Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak are communicating behind the scenes about surveillance on the Clinton administration? Please tell me more. And so then it wrote up this little executive summary. This is all AI generated, all about what it found about the Clinton Foundation. And this is where it gets complicated, because you can't just trust AI to just tell you the truth and not double check it. You have to double check AI. And so what I always do every time that I'm using AI for anything is I build in source citation. So it has to provide me links to the primary source where it is getting the information from. In this case, those are emails, but out on the internet, maybe that's to an article or to a statement or to, a document or something. And so we had to build in links to the emails that it's referencing to make these claims about the Clinton Foundation. And this is the original email. And it kind of looks like a nothing burger. It's from noreply@relsci.com. And it's kind of just like a newsletter with a bunch of headlines in it, which is like, oh, that's not very interesting. I mean, I think we're just accessing his spam folder at this point, right? Wrong. Anytime you get to a part in one of these digs where it's just like something's weird or it doesn't make sense or you don't understand something, you should just look a little deeper. So this weird newsletter thing is published and produced by Relationship Sciences LLC, or Relationship Science LLC. So just for the heck of it, we look up Relationship Science LLC. We ask for a little summary of what they're doing. We dig into them. Basic AI summary, probably the easiest way to get this description out. Relationship Science LLC does a web-based platform to build business relationships for selling and growing, providing clients the information needed to close a deal, win a client, raise capital, get the inside track, meet new partners, enter a new market, achieve a new level of influence. So it's still sounding like it's just a random newsletter that he signed up for at one point and forgot to unsubscribe from. That's not what it is. The RelSci platform provides real-time, people-driven intelligence on over 10 million influential decision makers and over 1.8 million organizations across the public, private, financial, and nonprofit sectors. Clients receive 360 alert emails so they can stay current with the ones that matter most to them. This appears to be their key newsletter product that would have reached Epstein and Barak. This RelSci service costs $3,000 per year per subscriber and is designed for Wall Street professionals who understand that if you get one extra deal, the price is irrelevant. So this is a high-end monitoring program that you sign up for, and then it gives you high-end paid reports on people that you want to monitor, whether it's so you can make a deal with them or you just want to keep an eye on your competitors or you want to know what your old blackmail buddy is up to. So we asked some clarifying questions. Is this like a random newsletter that's just sending them random information about random powerful people, or are they specifically requesting reports on the Clintons and maybe other people? Yes, based on how RelSci services work, you would have had to specifically request monitoring of Clinton-related activities, and here's why, etc. There's all these filters. It's very customizable. It's very tailored and specific. So when Ehud Barak is receiving these RelSci reports about Hillary Rodham Clinton, Bill Clinton, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Bill Clinton, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Bill Clinton, they're receiving that because they have paid thousands of dollars for this service and have specifically tailored their subscription that those are people that they want to keep tabs on. So naturally, we got curious and had the AI scrape the entire list of emails that was leaked and find every single email that came from noreply@relsci.com. Write up a little report, include links to the original emails, please and thank you. Do a little tweaking through version 1 and 2 and 3. And here we are. They were surveilling Hillary Clinton, specifically 39 different reports about her relating mostly to her presidential campaign in 2016. They were surveilling Vladimir Putin. They were surveilling Jeff Bezos, Bill Clinton, Benjamin Netanyahu, Bill Gates, Larry Summers, Michael Bloomberg, George Soros. The list goes on. And again, this is not like some advanced intelligence operation. This is just basic data collection that they're paying for this service to keep tabs on all these people. But to clarify, Jeffrey Epstein, the lone pedophile, was working with Ehud Barak, the ex-prime minister of Israel, the ex-head of military intelligence in Israel, communicating about surveilling people. This is just scratching the surface. That's just the first thing that I just thought was super interesting. I gotta still shower and shave. I literally just moved into this new library where we're gonna be building the studio. It's kind of getting set up, but it'll take a second. We also, in one of our first searches, accidentally stumbled upon an email where Jeffrey Epstein was straight up sending a bank account number and a routing number to Ehud Barak for some sort of money transfer. We gotta look more into that one. There's literally over 50,000 emails. And if there's one thing that they actually do corroborate already that I can tell just from reading the beginning ones that I've seen, it clearly shows that Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein were working on an intelligence operation together as partners. And they were clearly using coded messages. And more importantly, they were using phone calls for all of the most sensitive content rather than sending them in emails, because they're not idiots like Hillary Clinton is. And they knew that in an intelligence operation, there's a lot of things that you just don't want to put in text, because someday text might wind up on some asshole screen like mine. But it's still not hard to read between the lines. These guys were working together on an intelligence operation, and they were targeting all of these important people and many others. And I have a feeling that the reporting that has come out about Peter Thiel in these leaks so far, about Jeffrey Epstein in these leaks so far, all the reporting that's happening about these leaked emails, it is only scratching the surface. I'm going to try to figure out my best way that I can put this JSON file online so that everyone can have this searchable file that they can hopefully utilize to dig through it more. I'm going to be publishing all of these reports as much as I can. Stay tuned. Follow me on YouTube, because I'm going to be doing a whole deep dive video on YouTube exploring everything about this and drawing a whole bunch more connections. I just felt like before I go find my razor and shave this whole beard off of my face, I figured I should probably share the beginning of this thing with you, because it's kind of wild. And yeah, I mean, who knows who Epstein was working for? He was probably just working for like Qatar or something. But it's pretty clear now that whoever he was working for, Ehud Barak was involved in it. W. Whitney Webb once again.
So it's kind of interesting that, the emails come out, and then 2 days later we're seeing 4 days later, we're seeing the DOJ release or the release of information from the committee, okay, and then we've got and then we have witness testimonies or victim testimonies. And then we have victims' press conference. All of these things just kind of rolled. It's very well coordinated. I would be hard pressed to say. Very well coordinated.
There is a follow-up to that video, and I tagged you in it a few days ago. It was from the general.
Which general? Flynn?
No.
Okay. General Sherman, you mean?
Yeah.
From TikTok? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But this one here. Yeah, let's go with this one right here. So Comer responded to a question if he would hold a hearing on why Maxwell was transferred.
The question was whether you would hold a hearing as
we'll have a hearing.
Why she was transferred after that.
We'll have a hearing, and if someone wants to ask that question, they can ask it. You can ask any question. We'll have a hearing.
But it wasn't a hearing on what the question was. And
you want to have a whole hearing, a whole entire hearing, not about the victims, not about a government cover-up, not about human trafficking, but about Maxwell, who you all were like begging to be deposed, and I did the subpoena. Now you're mad because she exonerated Trump. We brought in Bill Barr, who is I don't think it's any secret that he and Trump aren't best of friends.
I'm going to reclaim my time.
Well, that's fine.
The time. The question wasn't about shouldn't we do all these things, but this is something very specific that indeed, as I understand, the victims raised today, they're outraged that this has happened. And it is indeed a re-traumatization when somebody who has done such horrible things is then treated favorably under these conditions. And I think that's where it's at. And
well, again, I'm going to go with prisoners get moved regularly Generally, they do not stay at the same facility. They generally transfer them out from where they're sentencing, the area in which their sentencing occurs. Within a couple of weeks, they are transferred to another facility, again, with 30 days, limited outside contact. Okay. And in most cases, they're on lockdown for those first 30 days. Okay. I'm just saying, and it's trying to feed a narrative that has absolutely nothing to do with, with the reality of situations. So, yeah. Let's see. Let's go ahead and, you ready to jump into some other stuff and get away from the Epstein thing?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Let's go ahead and jump into a few things. So, Trump posted this on the 2nd. Okay. And this was, right after I finished the podcast is when he posted this, for that day, that I did day before yesterday. I was going to do one yesterday, but then Slow Country messaged me and said he wants to come on in the morning. And I was like, okay, yeah, we'll just hold off until then. It's, we can go through all this stuff together. So, Trump's statement is the big question to be answered is whether or not President Xi of China will mention the massive amount of support and blood that the United States gave to China in order to help it to secure its freedom from a very unfriendly foreign invader. Many Americans died in China's quest for victory and glory. I hope that they are rightfully honored and remembered for their bravery and sacrifice. May President Xi and the wonderful people of China have a great and lasting day of celebration. Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Yeah.
It'll be very interesting. I think in the next few days you'll find. Yes, please.
Have you spoken with President Putin?
Yeah, I don't want to. I have learned things that will be very interesting. I think in the next few days you'll find out. Yes, please.
Yeah. So I think that might be what, if Trump is getting ready to do an announcement, that's more than likely where this is going. I want to look and see if, nope. Okay. I wanted to check and see if the White House was live, if they were doing a presser or not. Let's see. I just want to check and see because there was a report that he was going to make a statement, and I want to see if that statement has been made. And I give. I'm going to say this as I'm scrolling through. You see a lot of images of this guy right here. I totally stand with him. I'm just not going to cover anything on the medical side or talk about the C to the D to the C because of the fact that the WHO still has control of YouTube, and I don't want us to be in that situation and circumstance. So let's see. Okay. All right. So that was a lot of unimportant stuff. Hold on. No, that's today's list. So we'll go back to here. So this is going to be an interesting as to, because I think that Xi and Kim Jong-un and Putin are working with Trump. I don't think that he's working against. This is kind of interesting. A new investigation in regards to Katie Hobbs.
Katie Hobbs is under investigation. You heard me correctly. Katie Hobbs, the governor of Arizona, is now under investigation. Here are the details. Katie Hobbs is now being investigated for bribery, fraud, conspiracy, and racketeering. The chairman of the Joint Legislative Committee has informed Maricopa County investigators that the Auditor General will assist in the investigation. This comes after the Arizona Republic detail how state contractor Sunshine Residential Home bribed Katie Hobbs and Arizona Democrats with $400,000 and in return got millions more in state money. He writes, in my capacity as the chairman of the Joint Legislative Audit Committee, I want you to know that the Auditor General Office stands ready to partner with you in getting the facts about the troubling matter. Make no mistakes, we will allocate the resources the Auditor General needs to help restore what appears to be a major breach in trust in our government. Additionally, Arizona state lawmakers are now investigating Katie Hobbs after 330.
Yep. So, so this is the second investigation into this governor. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. But
hey, wasn't they looking at her for money laundering and all that stuff for the cartels like 2 years ago?
Yeah. Yep. So, all right. And then this is going on in Illinois. This is Juliana Stratton, Lieutenant Governor. Listen to what she's directing the illegal aliens to do.
Whatever comes next. If you or someone you love aren't sure what resources exist for immigrants in our state, I want you to go to IllinoisImmigrationInfo.org. Let me repeat that.
I'm sorry, but this just like totally looks like a dude. Watch the face, okay? And tell me that isn't the face of a man.
IllinoisImmigrationInfo.org. On the front page, there's a red button that says Learn Your Rights. That takes you to a complete Know Your Rights toolkit where you can access specific guidance for different scenarios.
Just real quick, if you're here illegally, you have no rights.
Also on that front page is a red button that says Get Legal Help. If you or someone you know needs an immigration lawyer, this page has resources for finding representation. IllinoisImmigrationInfo.org also offers a family emergency plan template so you and your family can make a plan together before anything happens. And if you do end up facing an immigration emergency, call the Family Support Network hotline at 1-855-435-7693. There are translation services available and people ready to help. Our goal is not to scare anyone, but to prepare everyone to face some ugly realities in the coming days. Many Illinoisans who look a certain way.
Many Illinoisans who look a certain way. Well, first off, if they weren't born in Illinois or they don't legally reside there, moving from another state to that state, be born here in America, then they're illegal. Okay, unless they're naturalized, which is a process. Yeah. So there's that. And then there's this.
Fox News alert. Trump just went for the kill shot. The U.S. military successfully carried out a precision strike in the Caribbean. 11 Tren de Aragua terrorists became shark bait. The cocaine speedboat obliterated. The sharks having a fiesta. And Venezuela's on notice.
We just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. And we just, these came out of Venezuela and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela.
Cartels are moving narcotics into the country by the boatload. Over the weekend, there was a big show of force right off the coast of South America. 7 warships, 4,500 Marines, and a nuclear submarine. But the cartels have come a long way. They're carrying 50 caliber machine guns, stuff you see in Ukraine. They're even dropping pesticide-laced bombs from drones. They can make an IED or explosives out of anything: plastic bottles, drain pipes, fire extinguishers. Rubio's on a search and destroy tour. First stop, Mexico. And they owe us. They never helped with the wall. And instead of fighting drug lords, they're brawling over how to stiff Uncle Sam. Nicolas Maduro, Trump's designated him the dictator of a narco state. He's now Venezuela's most wanted man. Bondi put a $50 million bounty on his head. Maduro's generals, very bad hombres, are accused of colluding with the cartels, a drug empire that turned Venezuela into a cocaine superhighway. The DEA says 200 tons of coke pass through Venezuela each year. Then it gets shipped to the States and into cities, New York, Miami, Chicago. Some of it's laced with fentanyl. But Rubio says no mas.
Will you act on Venezuelan soil against the Maduro regime?
Well, this is a counter-drug operation. We're going to take on drug cartels wherever they are and wherever they're operating against the interests of the United States.
El Presidente says, bring it on.
Trump, usted tiene que cuidarse.
Trump, you have to be careful because Marco Rubio wants you to stain your hands with blood, with a terrible war against South America and the Caribbean, because this would be all-out war in the continent.
Interesting.
So I'm sending you something in the private chat now. The older millennial posted it yesterday at about 6 o'clock. The private chat in the studio here.
Oh, I'm like looking for it, and I'm like, I'm not seeing it. Oh,
Remember
here's
that
the
guy
one
that lived on the island, Jeffrey?
There we go.
Remember that guy that lived on the island, Jeffrey? What was his last name? Oh yeah, Epstein. Well, somebody's hacked his emails. Yeah, 50,000 of them, published them on the internet. Ian Carroll and Whitney Webb, they're digging through them. And guess what? There's some evil shit in there. Yeah, intelligence agency stuff. Oh, what? Jeffrey Epstein was communicating with Ehud Barak. That would be the previous prime minister of Israel and head of the defense and intelligence agencies in Israel. And they were talking about surveilling the Clintons, fucking Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Peter Thiel. Oh yeah, dude, all these big people. Yeah, they were running surveillance on them. Yep, and they even communicate about how, like, their super sensitive email, they will only talk in person. Yeah, in the emails it references that, and they're not going to put it into text, right? Because unlike the idiots that are Hillary Clinton, the most damning shit, they're like, hey, I'm not going to type this out. I'll see you in person and we'll talk about it. Like, there's all kinds of evil shit. And Ian Carroll says he's only like scratched the surface of it. All kinds of people are digging into it. There's going to be so much shit there, but imagine that. Intelligence agencies, huh? Maybe some blackmail? And the mainstream media, they're like, Jeffrey who? Jeff what? They don't know who you're talking about. They don't look at emails, especially not hacked emails, because those would involve the truth and reality, something the mainstream media has no relation to. Yeah, so just as you thought. Oh, Israel, you sneaky motherfuckers. You were doing something with Jeffrey. Wow, who'd have thought? Who'd have thought anything like that? I don't know who would have thought about that. I bet you we're going to find some shit out, though. Yeah, prepare yourselves. Good luck to you all. Long live the Republic.
Yeah. All right. Now, this one here that you sent, I don't get this one.
Now it's problematic to kill drug traffickers. 2025.
Oh, yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
If you read the post right there. This is problematic. The U.S. just executed a drug dealer without any due process, trial, or any appeals? What's the limiting principle? What other kinds of criminals can we now execute without warning? So, yeah, that's the reason I sent that to you, because of the older millennial and him being a wise ass like he normally is. Now it's problematic to kill drug traffickers.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have thought that he would have made a video about it, but yeah. So you just want to check the lineup here and see if the White House goes live at all. Again, rumor has it that Trump's going to make an announcement. See. Good dog. Let's see. So the boats from Tanzania joined the flotilla to Gaza in the Mediterranean today. The Israeli Minister of National Security announced that once the boats violate the blockade, they will be confiscated and put to use by Israeli police. What do you think we should do with the people on board? It's just kind of strange, you know. But I'm not seeing. So I saw this. POTUS may break the internet shortly, and I'm not seeing. And see, that says September 25th. Someone will always have a problem with your content, your face, and your vibe. Yeah, that's their issue, not yours. Yeah, Crypt Keeper or elect. Yeah. All right. DC Attorney General sues Trump to stop National Guard deployment, claims troops put public safety at risk. That seems kind of weird. But I'm not seeing anything about a release from Donald Trump.
I seen something earlier where he was signing an executive order, but I think that was from a couple days ago.
Yeah. Oh boy. Just yeah. Do you support the Supreme Court abolishing property taxes for those who fully own their land? Yeah, I absolutely support them to abolish property taxes. I think that's a great idea. It would be great if they did that. Do I believe that they'll do it? I don't know. There's a lot on RFK, but we can't cover it. At least not because we got YouTube on, so we can't cover it. It's just not a feasible thing. But I am not seeing anything in regards to Trump this morning. A picture shows a man who has sacrificed everything he had to save a country he loves. Yep. Truth. Let's see. Yeah. Yep. I'm not seeing anything on a new release of anything from Trump. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Yeah. So back to here, and then we got Judge Jeanine. This was from the second, so I don't need to play that. But this is Pritzker.
All those events required significant coordination between all levels of government.
Some, like the Democratic National Convention last year, even required a limited deployment of the Illinois National Guard for broad security purposes, including especially preventing terrorism. All those.
Oh, you mean stopping accountability for the corruption that's going on? Yeah, we get it. We get it. Yeah, Don Lemon isn't well liked. No. He's floating around in the Capitol, and this is what he does. And I love what happens here.
Hey guys, how are you? Hey, how are you guys? How do you feel being here? That's a great question. To the state PAO's office. Thank you. That's it. You guys aren't talking? Yeah, state PO, sir. I'm sorry. All right. Thank you very much. Hi guys, how are you? Hey.
Presidential orders. You don't talk to the press. Just the way it goes. Yep. All right. So, let's go here.
In Portland's Central East Side, on the corner of Southeast 9th Avenue and Ash Street, another side effect of homelessness is on full display.
They're taking up areas that we're paying for.
Patrick Von Peggert runs this cabinet store that's been in Portland since the 80s.
It's going to be an accent.
They pay the city about $2,000 a year for 6 employee parking permits. Some of those spots they used to park now covered by this homeless camp.
I think that if you're going to charge somebody to use these spots, then there's got to be some repercussion for those people that use them free of charge.
The Portland Bureau of Transportation just increased the cost of parking permits in that area.
It's difficult to justify paying that much money when you can't park a car next to your building.
Us people on the streets, we have different mindset. We just want to get our drugs and I guess spend time with each other.
Elizabeth camps in one of the spots Patrick's company pays for.
Like, it's just so, like, why are you getting mad about the money that you paid for a parking spot? An empty parking spot?
Yeah, because he can't use
what
it.
are you going to use it for?
Well, his employees. That's what
but they're not even parking here, though.
Patrick's employees don't want to park near tents, he says.
That is their problem.
There's no repercussions if they should break into the car or, having someone there all day long. It doesn't feel safe.
But parking is not the only problem. The tents block access to work for one employee in a wheelchair. The camp is also right across the street from the Multnomah County Deflection Center, where people caught solely with possession of hard drugs can go for treatment instead of jail. Something Elizabeth, who's addicted to fentanyl, says she's not interested in.
Why would I want to become part of normal society so I can complete counseling and treatment just to, be in a cell?
Yeah. Oh boy. People are lost. Absolutely lost. Here we go. John Solomon.
This whistleblower literally sat in a meeting. He tells the FBI, where Adam Schiff authorized the leaking of classified secrets to dirty up Donald Trump and to try to build towards either a select committee in Congress or a special prosecutor. This whistleblower was a career intelligence officer. He had worked for the House Intelligence Committee, Democrat staff for a dozen years when he came forward to president. This whistleblower literally.
So there's that. Yeah. And then Minneapolis. I don't know what the hell's going on in Minneapolis, but here we go.
So we have had bans on assault weapons nationally before. That ban then expired. And so it's not as if this is some unique thing that has never been tried. Other countries have had mass shootings. And then rather than sit on their hands, they have made the move to ban assault weapons so that kind of thing doesn't happen again. The only difference is we haven't made that move in decades. And so we're in the position to do it now. Are there logistics that need to be worked out just like any piece of legislation? Of course there are. Of course there are. But we got to have the argument. We got to take the necessary steps, and we're in the position now to act.
Can you be more specific about assault weapon is a fairly arbitrary term that would need to be defined. You talked about banning certain models, certain assaultive features. speak to how you're defining assault weapons.
Right. Generally speaking, we're talking about guns and devices that are built to be assault weapons and or devices that are built to shift non-assault weapons to be able to reel off a whole bunch of bullets all at once. And we've seen both of those in our city. We have seen the ability to simply attach a device to a non-assault weapon and suddenly it is made into one that can reel off 30 rounds. We're trying to prevent both of those things from happening.
So some models and also certain assaulted features.
That's correct.
Is there a state that, a number of states have some sort of restriction or ban? Is there a state that you think Minnesota or maybe Boston has thought on this, like should model it after? They do, the definitions vary.
Yes.
And what is actually?
The definitions do vary. For purposes of what we're asking for today, there are, I believe, 8 states that have allowed for municipalities and cities to act. So again, we are saying the best scenario here is obviously a national ban. The next best scenario is a statewide ban. But if you're either unwilling or unable to act at those levels of government, give us the ability to take the steps to keep our children safe.
Are any of you represented in the legislature by Republicans? And if so, have you talked to them? Or, I mean, 'cause it seems like that's where the pressure needs to be applied. Anybody?
We're looking at you, man.
Wow. Have you talked to a Republican about this? Have you? Have you talked to a Republican for the, yeah. Just, yeah, crazy, huh? Crazy. All right, punishing patriotism. Here we go.
It's like the police are trying to kettle or something. I don't know what they're doing. They're trying to push people. The more police are coming up here, so I can't capture everything. But it looks like the police are trying to cause a scene. Look at that. Look what they're doing. Look what the police are doing. What are they doing?
History has already given us the verdict on the phrase, "I was just doing my job." At Nuremberg, that excuse collapsed under the weight of truth. Orders do not absolve dishonor. And yet today, in the United Kingdom, we see police arresting citizens for flying the Union Jack, their own flag, under the claim that it incites hate. What clear evidence is there that the state has lost its credibility? What greater shame than punishing patriotism? Those officers may think they are only carrying out orders, only collecting a paycheck. But shame lingers longer than a salary. History will remember them not as guardians, but as traitors to their own oath. They have dishonored the people they swore to protect. They may not feel it now, but that shame will come. And it is not only the police. Members of Parliament now openly admitting that immigrant rights outweigh citizen rights.
Yes, of course we do.
That mask has slipped. They no longer hide their contempt. They thought they could manipulate the public with a controlled press, the BBC, the old media. That tactic worked in the past, but it fails in the age of social media, where citizens talk directly to one another and the truth pierces their veil. The gig is up. The New World Order has been exposed. Sovereign citizens are rising, and politics will shift. Every man and woman in uniform, every official in office must now make a choice, honor or shame, to serve the people or to live forever as a servant of corruption. The excuse of just doing my job is gone. Nuremberg ended that. Eternity will judge what you choose today. My friends, we are all anonymous, and shame belongs to those who traded honor for orders.
I can't believe that. I cannot believe I went to shake his hand to say thank you for today, and he wouldn't shake my hand. Do you want to reconsider? Because I'm going to post this. I'm thanking you for what you've done today, and you won't shake my hand.
I'm here to do a job.
You won't
shake hands. That's all.
You won't shake my hand.
That's all.
Fucking shame on you. Shame on you. I'm fucking appalled. I'm fucking appalled.
Yeah. But hey, let me put my gay agenda in front of you. Yeah.
Hey man, I gotta get going.
You're
I
gonna
gotta-
abscond. How dare you?
I have to abscond because my
You gotta go get the kids.
well, that too, the kids, but I also got my washer inlet valve in, and I got to get it replaced so that way I can get the towels and stuff washed that I had to use to clean up the water.
Are you telling me that you're going to provide water so that your wife can take a shower? Is that what you're telling me?
Oh no, this is the inlet valve for the wash machine. not the well pump. I won't have the well pump probably tomorrow.
Tell her to shower at work before she comes home, because you want her. Tell her you want her smelling rosy. Yeah. It's
Can you believe this little thing right here that I'm holding in my hand?
Oh, hang on. Let me get us back up there. There we go.
So can you believe this little thing right here that I'm holding in my hand?
Yeah.
If I get it from LG, this thing is $135.
Right.
If I get it from Amazon, same part, same brand, $21.
Yeah, I think it might have something to do with the stock that's in the warehouse is from China, and the ones that are on Amazon were made here in the U.S.
It's been real. It's been good talking to you again. I will try to come on again next week sometime. So have a good one.
All right. You have a good morning, day, afternoon. Yeah, it just came afternoon for me. Oh, Jesus, we don't need me on there. No, let's get rid of me. It's funny, kind of ugly. You don't need to see that. Yeah, here we go.
A traffic stop led Dorchester County deputies to recover numerous guns and drugs from a man who was in the country illegally. During a traffic stop, officials say the driver, identified as Joaquin Lopez Rubin, began acting strange. Deputies say they then noticed a pistol magazine sitting on the passenger seat in plain sight. Lopez Rubin was detained for reckless driving and operating a vehicle without a valid license. During a search of his vehicle, deputies found 3 clear plastic bags with 8.6 gross grams of cocaine, 10 firearms, and multiple magazines with various rounds of ammunition. A traffic stop led Dorchester County deputies.
Yeah. So they're stopping them everywhere. Everywhere. All right. Here we go.
Fox News alert. Trump's wannabe assassin Ryan Ruth was in court today. He's representing himself and has some demands. He asked for a quiet room, a typewriter, and strippers. Ruth also challenged the president that he tried to assassinate to a round of golf. If he wins, he can execute me. If I win, I get his job. Now, Trump might take him up on the offer. He's won many club championships. Fox News alert. Trump's wannabe assassin.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's keep going.
An aggressive effort is now underway by the U.S. Department of Education to try to crack down on what's been described as unprecedented fraud. Criminals, often living overseas, are stealing millions of financial aid dollars, particularly at community colleges. It stems from a little-known problem now referred to as ghost students. They are literally haunting our nation's colleges and universities. So-called ghost students, often part of transnational criminal organizations, enrolling in classes and filling up spots, many times resulting in wait lists and a loss of available financial aid for legitimate students.
These students can sign up for a class. They can use AI to submit a couple of essays or tests or whatever they're doing and get past the first semester.
Secretary of Education Linda McMahon told us measures have already been put into place to try to crack down and verify students are who they say they are.
In person, go to the college and show your ID, prove who you are. Or if you're going to do it remotely, it's very easy with today's technology to hold up a license or whatever your photo ID is next to your face. Do it on a Zoom call.
Patterns can include hundreds of applications coming from the same place in a 24-hour period. Addresses or phone numbers that don't match the given name. The information is sometimes made up, and sometimes stolen with costly consequences.
Any idea how much money we're talking here?
Well, we've had estimates here that we believe it is probably as much as $1 billion.
Of taxpayer money.
Taxpayer money per year.
A different kind of fraud hitting colleges and universities. The plan to stop it now underway. The Department of Education's identity verification program launched in June and is now underway. The secretary told me a big part of the effort moving forward will be using AI to fight AI.
Yep. You're not going to be able to fake stuff because it's going to be, you put one AI into another AI and say, was this generated by AI? And that AI is going to come back and say, yes, this was generated by such and such AI. Just saying. All right, let's keep moving along. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
A city like Chicago should not be like Afghanistan. Not in this country. It's shameful and it's embarrassing.
I remembered what my point was, and it was from your interview last week with Mike Johnson, where you asked him about, well, why aren't we sending the National Guard into Louisiana, where he's from, or Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Republican-controlled states that have higher murder rates, violent crime, et cetera. And that is the point here. Donald Trump doesn't talk about any of those issues in Republican states because he knows that he controls them.
Because it's a big city.
No.
It's
also,
a
the
huge
senator of
city.
Louisiana said, bring them in.
Well,
I think
they're
every city, I don't care if it's blue, red, if you have a weekend
Mike
with that many people
Johnson
dying,
should change his tune
everyone
then.
should come in. A city like Chicago should not be like Afghanistan.
So what it boils down to is, in those Republican states, who is in charge of the cities? Well, it's generally a bunch of Democrats. Yeah.
This is a military operation. Everything we're witnessing is part of one huge operation that's been going on for many years, before most of the world was even awake to this. If we go to the Q post on today's date, there's one name that's mentioned. And this is a video to save because we're about to hear lots of names of good people that we haven't heard much about before. But these people have already done all the investigations, and it's only a matter of time before they start getting declassed. So the name is Ezra Cohen Wapnick, and it says Bridges Connecting People. He was the Justice Department National Security Advisor. When Donald Trump lost the election 2020, in that change over the 3 months, he then brought on some new people in the military, special operations, Christopher Miller.
Christopher Miller was suddenly installed as defense secretary right after Biden won the election. There's this kind of a weird reaction to losing the election, right? Immediately fire the defense secretary and install a new guy.
Chris Miller spent his entire military service in the special forces.
What do the Trump folks think they can do with the military and the intelligence agencies in just these last few days? Why bother installing all these new ones right at the end before Biden gets in there?
Ezra Wapnick was then promoted to go underneath him. He was the bridge between the civilians and then the Pentagon.
I'm here today to announce that I have directed the Special Operations civilian leadership to report directly to me instead of through the current bureaucratic channels.
This ensured Ezra Cohen Wapnick would now be reporting directly to Secretary of Defense Miller.
I also want to highlight that this particular change has been analyzed, debated, and refined over the course of the past 30 years.
Special operations and low-intensity units perform small-scale, covert, and clandestine operations. Ezra Cohen Wapnick was placed as the top civilian official overseeing our military intelligence and our special operations forces, and the red tape was cut for him to report directly to Secretary of Defense Miller.
Moving all these investigations into the military hands. So I'm going to read one post, and it says, logical thinking required. How can arrests occur prior to removing the corruption from the DOJ and the FBI? How can arrests occur prior to safely securing a majority in the Supreme Court, the Constitution, rule of law? So they had to get all that sorted first of all. Then it mentions all these names: Goodlatte, Gowdy, Jeff Sessions, John Huber, Michael Horowitz, Matthew Whitaker. These people have it all. These people, Q have already said they're heroes and to trust them. So it says shadow players are the deadliest stealth. And it says right at the bottom, who was assigned directly to Sessions by Trump. And it says mandate charge to Ezra Cohen Watnick, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Security Advisor to Sessions, counterintelligence and counterterrorism, who briefed Devin Nunes on the classified intel, re the Obama spy campaign versus Trump. Ezra Cohen Watnick.
This means that Watnick was the top Pentagon civilian overseeing both intelligence and special operations.
This historic step finalizes what Congress has authorized and directed, and will put Special Operations Command on par with the military services for the first time.
So remember these names. As soon as you hear them, you know it's all going to start flooding out.
Ezra. Yeah. Yep. And just imagine the audacity. This is good.
I'm a vegan and you've given me chicken.
You ordered a chicken salad.
Yeah, but I'm a vegan.
You didn't say that to us before we ordered. It's important.
But you should have known because I'm an influencer and this is an influencer collab. I'm actually creating content for your business, so I would have assumed that you would have known.
With the greatest respect, you shouldn't assume that we know.
How have they not heard of her?
You ordered a chicken salad.
I know.
If you didn't want a chicken salad, you could have just ordered a salad.
Yes, but I like the Caesar sauce.
Then a salad with Caesar sauce, no chicken.
You shouldn't have given me the chicken in the first place. You're not understanding.
Madam, you asked for a chicken salad.
Yes, and I'm vegan. And you gave me a chicken salad.
You did not state you were vegan.
But you should have known this, that I'm a vegan.
Unless you tell us, we don't know.
It's not my job. I'm actually doing you guys a favor. Do you know how many followers I have? I'm actually posting this on my profile as a favor to you guys to promote your business. So you should have known that I am a vegan.
Next time, they should research the influencer who's booking to eat.
Yeah, no. Fucking delusional. This is the thing. This is the thing, is the audacity of people. I do a podcast. I don't consider myself an influencer, but should everybody know who in the fuck I am when I go into town? No. In most cases, I kind of prefer that they don't. You know, because I get my shopping done, you know, kind of thing, you know. When I was doing my cannabis videos, I showed the pot plants. That's what I did. I showed the cannabis plants. That's what the video was about, cannabis. So what am I doing? I'm going to show the topic. The cannabis plants from beginning to end. They don't need to see me. They don't need to see me. Just saying. All right, Ilhan Omar, and I got a couple of them in here about her, but let's go ahead. Let's go here.
So Ilhan Omar, the grift that keeps on grifting. Miss, white supremacy is killing this country. There's nothing more dangerous than a white man. Meanwhile, she's laid up with one, right? Capitalism is evil. Meanwhile, she went from negative $45,000 to over $30 million in the bank, right? And capitalism is evil. Like, I don't know when y'all gonna see through the grift. She's just in there to enrich herself like every other politician. And kudos to you, Ms. Ilhan Omar, because you have a bunch of dumb stooges that believe you're going to be saving the world. You know, you're going to usher in the new Antifada. You ain't going to do none of that because the money is just too good. How you just going to give that up for people who are professional victims, who are lifelong victims? As long as there's a black face in high places, there's always going to be stupid people that's just going to fall in line and make up every type of excuses for you. So get your money, just like AOC, just like Bernie Sanders, like, you know what I mean? That's the only thing that actually speaks. You know, whatever the cause, you're going to have a bunch of these lobbyists that's going to own you. All right? So, yeah, continue. I'm loving it.
Yeah. Love you exposing yourselves. Yep. You know, so, all right. Yeah, I'm not going to go into that one either. Jerome Powell. Here we go.
Integrity of the market. But look, President Trump is focused on getting this housing market booming again. The last 4 years rather, has been terrible. Joe Biden and Jerome Powell did something terrible with interest rates. And I'll say one thing, which is that people talk about the independence of the Fed. The Fed has not been independent for the last 4 years, and you see that with Jerome Powell not holding Lisa Cook accountable. I mean, this is clearly, in what appears to be blatant mortgage fraud, and Jerome Powell is silent. If anything, he's showing the lack of independence of the Fed, and it's by his own doing. So we couldn't get a new chairman soon enough, and hopefully that will solve a lot of these issues.
Yeah.
Integrity of the market.
Yep. We're just, putting that out there. Let's see, we covered that one. Here's a little bit more on Elon.
Net worth skyrocketed up to $30 million last year. That is an increase. So my calculations, 3,500% in a year. So where's the gold coming from? Her husband, not her brother, her husband, who owns a winery and a venture capital firm. Omar's not happy the news is out. She's calling these claims ridiculous and categorically false. I guess being a millionaire isn't a great look for a communist. Fox News host Julie Banderas joins us now. How did she make that much scratch?
It's called
net worth skyrocketed up to $30 million.
Yep. Just saying. Yep. All right. Redstone Arsenal.
Disclosure is going to come out of Huntsville, Alabama, out of Redstone Arsenal. Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama is the biggest fucking deal that you've never heard of. It's the biggest fucking deal that you have never heard of. And so we need a documentary to drop at the same time that establishes the credibility. Because the fact is that we have deep and wide, extensive credibility that no one knows about because you're not supposed to know about it. Because it's in Alabama, it's obscure. You're not supposed to know about it. That's the point.
Kathy Slate, I would just like to remind you. I don't know nothing. I know nothing. You don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. And because of your statement, even though we're having a safety podcast instead of a safety meeting, I'm going to have to shrink back into obscurity for a moment and be safe. Just saying. Ooh, that was good. All right. Moving on. Is Trump signaling it is go time on the global stage? And this is the one that I was talking about earlier. Was big question to be answered is whether Xi of China will mention the massive amount of support and blood. Okay. All right. So let's go to this. And this is where this leads. And I got to go like this and make it bigger because it needs to be even bigger than that. This is 128 is the number. All right. Trip added. Okay. Trip added. Coordinated effort to misdirect. Guide to reading the crumbs necessary to continue. Attached graphic is correct. Linked graphics are incorrect and false. Graphic is necessary and vital. Timestamps and order is critical. Re-review graphic in full each day post news release. Learn to distinguish between relevant, non-relevant news. Disinformation is real. Disinformation is necessary. U.S. military, U.S. military logistics, National Guard, false, Saudi Arabia true. Why was this necessary? What questions were asked regarding Saudi Arabia prior to Saudi Arabia events? Why is this relevant? Think mirror. Look there or here or there. The truth is behind you. What is a map? Why is a map useful? What is a legend? Why is a legend useful? Why is a sequence? Or what is a sequence? Why is this relevant? When does a map become a guide? What is a keystone? Everything stated is relevant. Everything. Future provides past. Map provides picture. Picture provides 40,000 foot view. 40,000 foot view is classified. Why is map useful? Think direction. Think full picture. Who controls the narrative? Why is this relevant? What is a spell? Who is asleep? Dissemination. Attention on deck. There is an active war on your mind. Be prepared. Operations underway. Operators active. Graphic is essential. Find the keystone. Pray. You see it? Do you see it? P-R-A-Y. Let's go back up here. C-I-A. S. See, now, I don't want to miss any. So CIA is in full one here. Probably CIA is full of shit is what it was saying, but it says pray, P-R-A-Y. Get it? See it? Do you see it? P, prepared, operations, active, keystone. Yeah, moves and counter moves. They never thought she would lose. Snow White, Godfather 3, Iron Eagle. So C-I-A. Is in full. Control here. Yeah. Just saying, there's obviously more to this. So, yeah. Oh, let's keep moving along here. Here's Christopher Waller.
For me, I think we need to start cutting rates at the next meeting, and then we don't have to go in a locked sequence of steps. We can kind of see where things are going because people are still worried about tariff inflation. I'm not, but everybody else is. So I would say over the next 3 to 6 months, we could see multiple cuts coming in. For me,
yeah. Well, it's just like that, Walmart losing suppliers because they were adding tariff charges to brakes. It was made by a brake company. That the complaint was filed that there was a markup on their product because of tariffs. Because of tariffs, there were product markups. So are you saying that the American consumer is paying more in order to cover the tariffs in which have to be paid for other items in your store, and you're going to take that money from American-made product companies? Yeah, there's something a little bit going on there. All right. And then here we go. This is in North Carolina.
Billions of dollars in state funds have been found unspent. State Treasurer Brad Briner says $170 million was found as part of a detailed review of the state's accounts. Briner says the cash had been sitting idle for years and could be put to good use. He says they intend to reduce outstanding debt and improve the fiscal health of the state. Briner says there are legal limitations on how the money can be spent, such as for refund debt, fund capital projects approved by the General Assembly, and in some instances, projects approved by voters of the state. The treasurer says increasing efficiency and effectiveness has been his focus since taking office in January. Billions of dollars in state funds have been found on.
Yeah, I was going after the ones in kill brackets is what I was going after. Yeah. All right. Here is Soul Coach. Here we go.
The world is waking up to Q. How do you use the Q posts? Well, every time Donald Trump puts out a post, you have to look out and listen for the clues. What happens next?
Harry, get up, Harry! Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch!
You then go onto the Q posts. QAlerts.app.
Let's go! Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
You look for the special words.
Let's go, Harry!
And quite often you'll find something that gives you a confirmation.
Let's go, Harry!
Just love it. It's a great joke.
who Harry is.
And that's when you can have fun during the Great Awakening.
What do you reckon, Joe? Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch. Is Harry inspired or is Harry offended?
I like to think Harry is a real person. So he's got to get Harry. He's got to get Harry, who is otherwise just going to sit this one out, and somehow get him energized.
Gotta get Harry to move your ass, Harry! Harry, get up, Harry! Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch. You vote for Trump today, Harry. Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go! Let's go, Harry!
I believe that the crowd started chanting, "Let's go, Harry." Yeah, it's I believe I don't remember correctly. Okay, and then we've got California State University. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Villarreal, and I serve as the chair for the California State Student Association. And I'm also a student at Sacramento State pursuing a Master's of Finance. The CSU is proud to serve nearly 10,000 undocumented students, the highest number.
10,000 undocumented students. Thank you for letting us know how many are there, young man. We appreciate you.
At any university system in the country. These students are our classmates, our colleagues, and our friends.
They're also illegal, undocumented migrants. Illegal, undocumented migrants.
Contribute in our classrooms, lead in our student government, and give back to our communities. Yet they carry the extra burdens that most of us never have to think about. The constant fear that immigration enforcement could interrupt their lives, their families' lives, and their education.
Well, because they're here illegally.
When students are forced to live in fear, they cannot fully focus on their education. They struggle with anxiety. They hesitate to seek resources, and in some cases, they walk away from opportunities altogether. No students.
Yeah. Young man, I think that I think you should probably get out of college and maybe work at McDonald's. There's a lot of bilingual people there. Work at McDonald's for a while and have other people come in that are willing to work for less and get laid off from McDonald's because somebody's willing to work for an hour less an hour than you, or $2 an hour less than you. It's just, it doesn't make sense to me. Okay. I'd rather see our kids in these classes, and we're spending so much money, student loans and everything else are going out to all of these illegals because that's what they are. They're illegals. It doesn't matter what country. I'm not saying it's just from Mexico. It's from other countries all around the world. We got people from everywhere here. They shouldn't be here, that are here illegally. you know. Oh yeah. The new pricing policy. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that chessboard. Yeah. Here we go.
Our national debt shot up significantly after 9/11, after we started invading countries in the Middle East.
You should look at a chart.
Now we're at 30.
In
We're
2008,
spending
it went-
hundreds of billions of dollars on Israel, on Ukraine. I mean, honestly, these foreign conflicts have a lot more to do with our national debt as
hell they
opposed
do,
to
but
us
no, that
paying
is just
to
untrue.
the
You
Social
think
Security system.
Israel is a bigger portion of our budget than Social Security?
I think
Medicare,
we
Medicaid?
spend way too much money
I'm
on
just asking as a
military
mathematical
aid for
numbers
foreign
thing.
countries.
You think
Absolutely.
Israel is more
Do
than
you
Social
think
Security?
that Social Security is more of an issue compared to how much money we just shell out for conflicts abroad?
matter of
The truth of the
expenditures and
matter
math,
is that
yes.
both entitlements and defense. Our national debt shot up significantly after 9/11.
Yeah, just saying. Some of these people need to just go away. I mean, literally go away. All right, Louisiana.
In the state of Louisiana, will also double down as an ICE detention facility to hold the worst of the worst. That's a quote. Brooke Taylor live with a preview of the soon-to-be-announced Louisiana lockup in Angola, Louisiana. Good morning there, Brooke.
Hi, Bill. Yeah, we are right outside the notorious Angola prison here in Louisiana. A section of this prison is going to be turned into an ICE detention facility, and it's going to be called Louisiana Lockup. Now, Fox is the first to report that 51 illegal migrants have already been moved here. Louisiana Lockup is going to hold up to 416 beds. The Department of Homeland Security says they've partnered with the state of Louisiana. They are using this unused section of the prison to detain and deport some of the worst illegal migrants. Now, Angola is the largest maximum security prison in the country. It was once named the bloodiest prison in the South for its harsh conditions in the 1960s. Louisiana Lockup is funded by the Big Beautiful Bill, which gave ICE an additional 80,000 detention beds to help ramp up deportations. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem sent us this statement, quote, "Thank you to Governor Landry for his partnership to help remove the worst of the worst out of our country. If you are in America illegally, you could find yourself in Seacott, Cornhusker Clink, Speedway Slammer, or Louisiana Lockup. Avoid arrest and self-deport now using the CBP Home app." And Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry said, quote, "Criminal illegal aliens beware. Louisiana Lockup is where your time in America ends. Louisiana Lockup will give ICE the space it needs to lock up some of the worst criminal illegal aliens." And DHS says they will be housing violent illegal migrants like these recently arrested by ICE New Orleans, including murderers, rapists, and traffickers. Take a look at this 22-year-old illegal migrant from Honduras, recently arrested in March. She had warrants for 394 counts of pornography involving juveniles and 2 counts of sexual abuse of an animal. Again, it is illegal migrants like that DHS says will end up here in the Louisiana Lockup. Later this afternoon, the DHS Secretary, Governor, and Attorney General Pam Bondi will be here to make this formal announcement. Bill.
Yep. All right, let's keep moving along here.
Well, Brian, that'll be appealed. It already has been appealed in California because it's an incorrect decision. Ultimately, the president had every authority. The National Guard was working completely within those confines, supporting law enforcement, protecting federal buildings and federal agents. That's what we said we were going to do from the beginning, and that's what we did. So everything we did in Los Angeles was lawful, and by the way, effective. Gavin Newsom wasn't willing to do what was needed to prevent a Summer of Love 2.0. And so we got in there, secured the city alongside federal law enforcement. We supported them. That'll be appealed. That'll be overturned. And what you see in Washington is the right kind of collaboration with state local, city law enforcement. You've seen a city reborn, safe and beautiful. It's a template for what that cooperation could look like. The National Guardsmen, I talked to some of them yesterday at the street. They were a little surprised when I stopped my convoy and the Secretary of Defense got out and these National Guard soldiers from West Virginia were on patrol, but they were proud of what they were doing. They were excited to be in their nation's capital and securing it. We've seen crime rates plummet in the city. So whether it's Chicago or Baltimore or New Orleans, wherever it is, we'll be proud to partner with law enforcement that'll partner with us. But as the president has said, he wants governors to invite us in. And unfortunately, you've got some governors that aren't willing to do that in Illinois and Maryland. So that's the president's call. We'll see what happens next. But we're proud of the missions we've done so far. It's part of protecting American citizens, just like our southwest border. The invasion is over. The lawlessness and the chaos is over. We will work with our federal partners appropriately to help secure the American people.
Hey, Ms.
Yeah. Dean, yes, that is one of two known chain gang prisons. Yes. Yep. Oh, yeah. What was that old song? That's the sound of the men working on the chain gang. That's the sound of the men working on the chain gang.
Donald Trump is making it more and more obvious for everyone to start bringing their attention to Q. Donald Trump is making it obvious that Q is real, and he's also now showing us how Q works and how people have been decoding. Well, it's also showing that Q is a non-conspiracy. It's the truth. And it also highlights the information that Q has been putting out for many years. A lot of people are reluctant to even go on Q. There's so many people that dismiss Q and they call it a LARP. Well, look how obvious this is. 24 hours ago, Donald Trump puts out a post on his social media and it says, Woody Allen wants to direct Donald Trump in another movie after 1998's Celebrity. A pleasure to work with and a very good actor. On the same day, he puts out two posts about Chicago, and it says Chicago is the murder capital of the world. So if we look at those two words, Woody Allen and murder, they both take us to posts which were from 5 years ago on the exact same day. These posts are very important because there's four. And all the people that say there's been no arrests, all these people getting away with it, these four posts are about paedophilia, crimes against children, everyone in politics that's been dealt with for a long time, showing that we're keeping an eye on all these people and no one gets away with that evil. So watch, 4 pages full. So the one with Woody Allen on, it says, Democratic activist, donor and director Roman Polanski fled the country after pleading guilty to statutory rape of a 13-year-old girl. Democrats and Hollywood actors still defend him to this day, including Whoopi Goldberg, Martin Scorsese, Woody Allen. And it's just lists of all these politicians. Look, Andrew Myers was convicted of possession of child pornography and enticing children. Democratic activist, donor and spokesperson for Subway, Jared Fogle, was convicted of distribution and the receipt of child pornography and traveling to engage in illicit sexual conduct with a minor. So if you type in murder, it brings us back to these posts again. Republican anti-abortion activist Nicholas Morency pleaded guilty to possessing child pornography on his computer and offering a bounty to anyone who murders an abortion doctor. Republican legislator Edison Misla Alejandro was sentenced to 10 years in prison for raping his daughter between the ages of 9 and 17. And it's sick. So people say nothing's happening. Q has showed us 4 full pages of all these people in politics that have been involved with all this disgusting stuff. This is what it all comes back to. So people say Q's a conspiracy. They've been showing us. But it's also highlighting, Donald Trump puts out keywords. You search them in, it takes you to the post. But it happens to be the post on the exact same day. And this one was from 2020. There's all the proof that you need, people. Q is the foundation for all of this, and every single topic has been put out there. Every single person that we need to pay attention to has been shown on there. Every investigation has already been done, and it will come out. It's told us, trust the plan. And this is one of the most obvious ones. And this is another confirmation that you cannot argue with this anymore. Q is the truth, and we're seeing how it works, and we're seeing how Donald Trump keeps bringing our attention to it.
sometimes he drives me crazy with his positivity because I just want to be grumpy, and they make it hard for me to be able to be grumpy. Okay? I'm sorry. Sometimes I just want to have a bad attitude, okay? Sometimes. But no, the power of positivity. Yeah. It's what are you doing, Clippy? Are you starting trouble? Don't you be picking on chessboard and buffering. Okay, I'm not going to tolerate that. You.
You know, the best part about Trump cleaning up D.C. is he's exposing that this is something that could have been done the whole time. In my opinion, he goes down to Chicago and clean up Chicago, the #1 murder rate of all. If he cleans that up and he does the same exact thing that just happened, in my opinion,
it could have been done.
They want crime to happen. They allow crime to happen. Because when they say crime pays, it's probably they pockets. That's what they really meant by that. And if you really think about it, right, before Trump even took office, look at the system in the game we're in. In Dallas, Texas, there are massage parlors that will give you $5 plucky pluckies. It's not actually $5 though, but you know what I'm saying. And they're all over the city. And there's no way you can tell me that there's no cop that's never driven by one of these places and don't know what's going on in there. You a fucking lie. It's broad daylight. It's not at night. They're running it like a regular business, bitch, with fucking bars on the fucking chain link door, whatever. Y'all, bro, they have gambling shacks all over fucking Dallas that do this shit every night. Austin has it. Y'all not breaking them down because either you're getting paid, you don't. It's something going. Like I said, crime pays, bro. And I'm telling you, a lot of these people are getting paid because there's no way cops don't know that this shit is going on. You know this shit is going on. You just allow it, which means, again, you're allowing crime because Trump is showing that this shit can really run smoothly if y'all would just do y'all job and actually care about the people and work for the people. This shit is so deep. This is why they want him gone. Like, bro, the only other person I know that they've done this much persecution to, and I'm not saying he's not even a 1% chance of being Jesus, but the persecution on this man, bro. They're saying he had 200 something felonies. They tried to off him twice. They've attacked him the entire time. They smeared his name. They lied. They fucking did a Russian collusion. Bro, just smear this the entire time. That's just crazy work. And that to me, and when I hear Trump have Christian sermons and preachers and he talks about God, I have to say he's protected, and this is God protecting him. This is why the hate is so much strong. You are watching this, the top notch of the demonic side attack. That's what you're really hearing. The demonic side attacking in a human system mentally that has been broken down, that they think that what they're saying is normal, when really what they're saying is insanity. That's where we are today.
Yep. Let's see. Bill Cooper.
What I'm going to talk to you about today comes from my heart, from my experience in life, from playing this role as messenger, which I take very seriously, from my efforts to wake up the American people, from my family, from all the letters that I get, from people that I talk to, just like I've talked to many of you here today. I've learned some things, and I think these things need to be passed on to you. And I think you need to start examining yourself, your agenda, your mission. Who are you? What are you about? What do you believe about America? Is it true? Are you helping to divide us more? Are you helping to bring us together? Do you really understand what this country is all about? Now, I know this is going to make some of you angry. That's okay. I know that it's going to open some doors for some of you. I hope that it'll bring us all a little bit closer together. And I hope that everybody, once you've examined your own particular agenda, will try to make it fit better into what we should really be doing. And I'm going to start off way back in history, folks, because that's really where it began. The human race is young in the whole scope of the life of the earth. We're just a young species, really. Haven't been around for a long time compared to everything else that's in this world. And I'm not talking about biblical years, and I'm not talking about theory of evolution years. I'm talking about from the time when you can see that man emerged on the historical scale of this world and began to affect other species and the world that we live in, and himself, by perfecting the ability to think. First original thought. See, there used to be a time in history when man was just like all the other animals. He didn't think, he didn't know good from evil. He existed and lived by instinct just like the other animals did. If you want to believe the record that we can look back and see written in stone. Okay? If you want to believe that there were creatures that ultimately became this thinking man that you see standing up here in front of you and sitting out there amongst you, didn't have this ability. Now, if you doubt that, read Genesis in the Bible and you'll see that it's confirmed there. Wasn't there a time when Adam and Eve lived in the Garden of Eden? They were not to think. They did not know good from evil. They were just there to take care of the garden. Is that correct? So this concept and the biblical concept agree. Man just enjoyed what God had put there and sort of took care of the garden. Any dentist will tell you that our mouth was not made for eating meat. So ancient man most probably ate vegetables and nuts and things like that. Roots. Doesn't mean that I'm telling you to become a vegetarian, because I'm not. You see, I really believe in freedom. I believe you should eat whatever you feel like eating. That's your business. But that's known to people who study these things as the age of innocence. Something happened that brought man out of that state, and if you're talking from a biblical reference, out of the Garden of Eden and into the world. He wasn't innocent anymore. He understood that he was naked, and that his partner was naked. He could think. He could look around. He knew when something was good and when it was bad, just as we all do here. When somebody comes up to me and says, well, how do we know which is the right way to go? I know that person is setting me up to justify his bad deeds, and I won't do it. You always know. We always know which is the right way and which is the bad way. The bad way sometimes feels better, so we may choose that way and justify it by rationalization in order to make ourselves feel better about the bad that we did. In the mystery schools, they refer to this mystical time of coming out of the age of innocence as the Luciferian philosophy. I've tried to illuminate you with this for years on my radio broadcast. In the Bible or in the church, they talk about the fall of man. Same thing. There's only one difference between the Luciferian philosophy and the fall of man, is that those who talk about the fall of man believe in God, whether or not they believe in a Savior, they believe in God. The ones who believe in the Luciferian philosophy do not. Now here's how that works. In the Bible, we're told that Eve was tempted by Satan to eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. God had commanded Adam and Eve not to eat of the fruit of that tree. If you do, ye will surely die. Isn't that the commandment? Lucifer, through his agent Satan, on the other hand, told Eve, God lied to you. He's holding back the fact that you too can become God. But first you have to eat of the fruit of this tree. And if you do, you will surely not die, but shall become as gods. Isn't that true? So, from the religious aspect, we see that as the fall of man because man disobeyed God. We see that as the subjugation of the woman beneath man, where she had originally been the partner. Now she is subjugated beneath man because she was the agent of man's downfall. Is that correct? Now, I'm not talking right or wrong. I'm not trying to insult anybody in here. I'm just telling you what we're taught so that we all understand what we're talking about, because that's most important. If you understand something differently than what I'm trying to impart to you up here, and we don't have the same definition, we're not going to understand each other, are we? The mysteries, on the other hand, look at this in a different light. Here's their story. It's a metaphor. They don't believe that there ever was a God, or that there ever is a God, aside from man himself. And man has not reached that state yet, but can, this is what they teach in the lodges, that if you perfect yourself as the temple of the God within and become Christed, you've all heard this in the New Age movement, you too can become God. In her movie, Running on the Beach, spinning around, I am God. Go ask her early in the morning when she just wakes up and goes and sits in front of the mirror and looks at her aging face and tries to cover it up with makeup if she's God. She may tell you a different story about that time. Around noon, she might be feeling better and become God again. But this is the reality of the human condition. We'd all love to be gods, wouldn't we? My question to Shirley MacLaine at one time was, please, Shirley, could you make me a universe? She sort of looked at me with this hurt look on her face as she confronted her mortality and realized that she was not God because she could not make me a universe. She couldn't even make herself a universe. She can't even make herself look young again. She's having a hard time paying some of her debts. God doesn't have that problem, does he?
God don't have that problem. Nope. All right, I'm going to jump up here to the top, just because I feel like it. Actually, I can just go like this, can't I? Yeah, just go like that. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Yeah. So one of these is 744. So let me go here just in case it's all in one.
Destroyed drives up their profit margins. No longer. We are investigating and prosecuting their crimes more aggressively than ever. And Joint Task Force Alpha is the tip of the spear. We have been working on that with Secretary Kristi Noem, Homeland Security. And I cannot say enough good things about Secretary Noem. I was with her in Louisiana yesterday, and she is fighting to keep our country safe every single day. This week, Joint Task Force Alpha took 4 major enforcement actions. Right here in Tampa, we unsealed the indictment charging 12 defendants operating right here in Tampa, a massive illegal smuggling ring. The defendants engaged in a conspiracy to bring illegal aliens from Cuba to the U.S. for profit. They coached their clients, including children who came to airports alone, came to our country alone, were put on planes for connecting flights, lied to Border Patrol agents due to coaching and law enforcement. They charged up to $40,000 per victim. They used Zelle to transfer over $7 million over the course of this scheme, and I believe had profits, cash of over 18 million. And it's just not the southern border. In Vermont, and U.S. Attorney Drescher is here with us, we indicted Norma Lorenzo, a woman who allegedly worked with Canadian co-conspirators from Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, and El Salvador. Children were transferred to private residences, other airports, and in 2023, according to CBP, parts of Vermont and New York started seeing unprecedented traffic from illegal aliens. Law enforcement officers operating in these areas encountered aliens from 97 different countries, including China, Pakistan, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, North Korea, and Yemen. In the Southern District this week of Texas, and Nick Ganji's here, we secured the extradition of 3 men from Guatemala who have been charged in connection with a mass casualty alien smuggling event. This tragic event occurred in 2021 in Chiapas, Mexico. A semi-truck containing at least 160 illegal aliens crashed, resulting in the deaths of more than 50 people. The cost of human smuggling is huge. So many families are dying. So many people are dying. These smugglers used a variety of vehicles, including microbuses, tractor trailers, and cattle trucks to smuggle multiple Guatemalan aliens, including many unaccompanied minors, into this country. In the Western District of Texas, where Justin Simmons is our U.S. attorney, we just this week charged 4 defendants with their role in a deplorable scheme, smuggling unaccompanied children into the United States from Mexico. These monsters behind the operation drugged unaccompanied children coming into our country, giving them THC so they would be asleep when passing through customs. One of the children was overdosed so badly that the child had to go to the hospital. Since President Trump took office, Joint Task Force Alpha has charged 56 defendants, including convicting a monster who attempted to bring in Indian nationals into our country in sub-zero weather through Canada in the middle of a blizzard. This was a family of 4. This family was eventually found dead in a blizzard with the father holding the 3-year-old little boy wrapped in a blanket with his glove covering his child's face, trying to save his life. In June, we arrested a Canadian American citizen in New York for charging $1,000 for every illegal alien he smuggled over the St. Lawrence River into our country. One of the boats capsized, killing a family, including 2 children under the age of 3. A few weeks ago, we convicted a coyote in Texas. A coyote, of course, is someone who transports illegal aliens across state lines for money. In Texas, we charged him for charging $30,000 for every 10 illegal aliens that he could get get to the Rio Grande. He got an additional $30,000 for every 10 illegal aliens that made it across the Rio Grande alive. That is why we are now expanding Joint Task Force Alpha. It has 5 steps. We will now cover, the task force will now cover our northern border in Canada, of course, and all of our maritime borders. Our incredible partner again at DHS, Kristi Noem, and I are expanding this to include our DEA, ATF, and FBI agents to this task force to give us even more manpower. We will receive more resources to prosecute these cases, and key figures in cartel, human trafficking, and transnational criminals. We will strengthen our collaboration with foreign law enforcement throughout this world to protect not only their citizens, but ours, and return these criminals to American soil for prosecution. Under President Trump, we have coordinated more closely with our U.S. attorneys' offices to protect unaccompanied children being smuggled into our country from exploitation. One of the task force's greatest accomplishments has been demonstrating how dangerous human smuggling and trafficking are for those being transported. For those who are considering paying to be smuggled into the U.S., it is not safe for you or for your families. These coyotes are coordinating with terrorist organizations, collecting money from them to bring families and unaccompanied children into our country. These operations are getting people killed. Let me be clear. If you smuggle human beings, you will be found, you will be prosecuted, and you will be brought to justice. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what our borders are. The limit of where our country ends and another begins, but it does not limit our law enforcement capabilities to bring you to the United States and prosecute you and lock you up for as long as we can. Thank you, and God bless you.
Yep. So, yep, it's yeah. All right, and that's where I'm going to call it for today. We've been going for like 4 hours. Yeah, a little over 4 hours. I'm a little tired. I got up early to do this, and I'm tired. I'm tired. I got stuff that I got to get done. I got to get ready for the heat of the day. Got to get the dog skirt away and all that. But we covered a whole lot today. I'll be back with you again tomorrow. We'll cover some more. I'll keep a watch on things. If something pops off, I will come back live, and we'll go from there. Remember, our Creator loves you, the Son loves you, and I love you. And we will we'll pray for you. Yeah, we will. Have an awesome day. Peace.